Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the online conference called How to Enable Access to the Job Market to Women from Marginalized Roma Communities. This conference is organized by Carpathian Foundation in Košice, and we are very happy to welcome our dear guests, namely Marianne Rudhagen, representative of the Embassy of the Kingdom of Norway to Slovak Republic, Ms. Jana Dacková from MIRI, Gabriela Sansisi, the ambassador of the Netherlands Embassy to Slovakia, Nigel Baker, the ambassador of the UK to Slovakia, Mr. Marek Chomanic, the head of the Department of Regional Coordination at the Office of the Plenipotentiary for Roma Communities, and Vladimír Šucha, representative of the European Commission in Slovakia. As the title of the conference suggests, we are going to talk today about the measures that can help to improve the position and employability of Roma women at the Slovak market. Only 32% of the Roma women were employed one way or another in 2013 to 2020. And the research conducted between 2013 and 2020 shows that the Roma are actively seeking employment. However, they are facing many obstacles, including ethnical and regional disparities, discrimination, or low level of education. The Roma women are in even worse position because they also, on top of everything, have to face the gender discrimination or discrimination on the grounds of gender and the violence that they very often encounter. Very often, however, they also lack other soft skills, for example, that are very necessary for them to make it on the labor market, to get a job and to keep a job. Very often, Roma women are also facing ridicule or are being ridiculed in their communities and in their families as well. So their position is indeed not an easy one. And that's why we at the Carpathian Foundation decided to launch a long-term development program called UPre Women. However, we are not alone in this effort because we have also partnered with the job agency or labor agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region, who has rich experience in this field, and also NGOs who have been focusing on working with Roma communities and in Roma communities in Slovakia. Joining our forces together, we are trying to improve the education level and the self-esteem and self-respect of Roma women. We try to help them and facilitate their access to the labor market. But we also try to educate the employers that Roma women are indeed very good candidates and that they have much to offer. We would also very like to see networking among Roma women so that the program participants can actually be peer leaders to their friends in their communities. And we also want to be the voice of advocacy and to shape public opinion on Roma women and on Roma at the labor market. This program is being implemented for 20 years in Dobšina and in Veľký Krtíš with the support from the Norway grants and from the state budget of the Slovak Republic. And the first step in this project was the survey on the status and position of Roma women in marginalized Roma communities, both in Dobšina and in Veľký Krtíš. And today we'll talk about this. My name is Gabriela Christian Kuchárova, and I'm a PR manager of Carpathian Foundation here in Košice. And I think with this, the time has come to pass the floor on to our first guest, Ms. Jana Dacková, the head of the Department of the Administration of Programs at the Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of the Slovak Republic, who will tell us more about the program on local development and elimination of poverty, which is supporting this program. Ms. Dacková, the floor is yours.
Pani Dacková.
Thank you.
Pani Dacková, takže sa počujeme. Počujete nás aj vy dobre?
Ms. Dacková, can you hear us well?
Výborne. Tak nech sa páči,
Okay,
slovo je
thank you.
vaše.
The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Carpathian Foundation, for this conference, the project UPre Women, and how to increase the employment of women from marginalized Roma communities, which was supported by Norwegian grants and state budget. Within the program of Regional Development Program and Poverty Eradication, and also for the opportunity to present you this program even closer. At the beginning, I would like to, as the representative administrator from the Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Information of the Slovak Republic, I'd like to congratulate the Carpathian Foundation and its partners and other co-working organizations that have been working on this project and that have successfully applied for this project. This project is which focuses on the employment of women from marginalized Roma communities in Dobšina and Veľký Krtiš. And this program focused on the creating of organization, especially through realization of regional initiatives, so-called grassroots, and also using the techniques in regional development, and also which were focused primarily on the non-discrimination. Project for the inclusion of against inclusion of Romas helps to strengthen the role of Roma women and gender equality. Within the small grant scheme, where the financial means were 1.25 million euros, and we could apply for 25 to 200,000 euros. There were 20 applications submitted, and altogether they asked for 3 times more financial means than were available. Only 6 projects were successful, and the project of Carpathian Foundation was focused primarily on the Roma women. I can say that overall the project was very successfully written, with the activities which were necessary for the community. And altogether, Carpathian Foundation, as the applier, and its partners were organization that had that worked with Romas and also what the Roma people needed. I can also say, as the project administrator, that from the portfolio of all the projects which were supported were very diverse, whether it was the non-discrimination issues or other fields of support, such as unemployment, health, education, or other things that were focused on Roma. Right now, there are 6 projects supported, and together with Carpathian Foundation and the program on supporting of women from marginalized groups, we can also say that there are other projects. There is the project partner UPre Women, Employment Agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region, and their program to support young Roma on the job market. Project of one of the founders, Men in Danger, and their career consulting in the development of their digital capabilities. Other project, there is the project Utopia, together with the Union of Roma Centers, and it's focused on the gender equality, domestic abuse prevention, and also development of leadership skills and so on. The project of Center of Community Organization and their other community organizations, and altogether the Association for Culture, Education and Communication with their Mission 1000, and health communities, which focus on the health mediation and in-field activities of marginalized Roma communities. The before-mentioned small grants is only makes up only one part of the development and inclusion of Romas. And into this component, there are also other projects that are supported by other financial means from 2,000 to 1 million euros. And based on the call, there are other projects which focus on the other parts, such as education, employment, health, and they all focus on how to improve the conditions of Roma people. Based on this call, there were 32 submitted projects, and currently there are being only 6 is being realized, and those are in Valašské, Betlanovce, Hlučenci, Rimavské Soboty, Košice, and Malacky. And to support this project, there are over 5 million euros at disposal. This field, there is the project of State Pedagogical Institute, whose field is the systematic support of teaching of Roma language and literature on all educational levels. And those are in the schools of which are visited by Roma kids. And as we can see from the name of the program, it's focused on the eradication of poverty, mostly on the groups which are very there is a very high risk of being excluded. And the second component is that the regional development in the regions in Slovakia, there are also some troubles with the
We are also supporting 9 projects for the most lagging behind regions, amounting to about 6 million euros, and these concern the districts of Snina, Vranov nad Topľou, Moldava nad Bodvou, Kežmarok, Gelnica, Sabinov, and Jelšava. The projects focus on the improvement of access of vulnerable children and youth to a wider range of extracurricular activities, aiming to improve their personal development and to help them acquire skills that allow them to make it better or easily in real life. And this basically takes the form of establishment of the regional center for these children, comprising a number of centers working with the children and providing various activities. What is important to mention is that the Roma inclusion features very heavily in this project. And the very important thing is that these are the activities that are not organized for the Roma, but with the Roma. I think this is more or less the basic information about this program and about the projects that were supported or that are being supported under the scope of this program. If we manage to intrigue you into learning more, please look at www.eeagrants.sk or to the Facebook profile and webpage for EHP or EEA grants and Norway grants in Slovakia, where you can find all the links to different projects so that you can follow and monitor their implementation. Now, let me get back to the project called UPre Ženy, organized by the Carpathian Foundation. On behalf of the administrator of the program, I would like to wish them that the implementation is smooth and flawless, and that they manage to meet their very challenging objectives and helping the Roma women from marginalized community gaining their financial independence and stability, raise their self-esteem and self-respect, take the responsibility for their lives and become the leaders of change in their communities. After the successful implementation of this pilot project in Dobšina and Veliki Krstiš, I hope that the Carpathian Foundation will still have both the enthusiasm, energy, and the funds to roll out this project in other Roma communities. We, as the program administrator, are really looking forward to seeing the final effect of this project, which will contribute to the successful implementation of our program as well. Thank you very much for the floor, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support, Ms. Dackova, and your positive tone actually showed that you are really that you trust in this program and project. And we really hope, all of us do hope, that the status and position of Roma children, of Roma women in marginalized communities improves. But this is actually a challenge which is not only important for Slovakia, but also for the embassies of Norway, the Netherlands and the UK in Slovakia. And the next in the next panel discussion, we will discuss together with the representatives of these embassies and with Mr. Chmelar and Mr. Vašečka, who was involved in this project. We will talk about the project and about the position and status of women in marginalized Roma communities, and we would also touch upon the priorities in this field. So first and foremost, I would like to ask Marianne Rudhagen, the representative of the ambassador from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Norway to Slovakia.
Pekný deň prajem.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Hello.
Počujeme sa. Takže spojenie by malo byť v poriadku.
The connection should be okay.
Program UPre ženy, ktorému dnes venujeme.
The program UPre Women is implemented thanks to the Norway grants, which represent Norway's contribution to green, competitive and inclusive Europe. Through these Norway grants, Norway has been contributing in the long term to the mitigation of economic and social disparities and to strengthen the relations with beneficiary states in Eastern and Central Europe and in the Baltics. The question for you is the position of women from the MRCs is influenced by gender, ethnics, as well as regional inequality. What is your opinion? Is it the greatest challenge for Slovakia in terms of decreasing of these economic and social disparities?
Hello, everyone. I am sorry, but I am not able to hear the translation from what you are saying. But fortunately, you sent me a question beforehand, which I will try to read out, which said, you asked me the position of women from marginalized Roma communities is influenced by gender, ethnic, but also regional inequality. And in your opinion, what is the biggest challenge for Slovakia to reduce these economic and social disparities? So I'll just say a few words on that. I think the Slovakia facing the same challenges that we see in many of the neighboring countries, and I think in most of the countries where we have programs through the EEA grants with Roma communities. And I think it goes from fighting prejudice among the general public as well as public institution. Prejudice towards Roma women, Slovak population concerns both Roma women and men, and the society remains polarized. And it goes also to the empowering Roma, which means enabling Roma to change their own lives through education and training for work, empowering Roma youth, multifunctional youth centers, targeting at vulnerable children and youth, and especially in the least developed regions of Slovakia. We are establishing several of these throughout the country, actually, and this is one of the main aims of the Norway grants. Actually, right now, I think we have 21 projects supported throughout Slovakia for 11.5 million euros for this 7-year period. So hopefully that is also going to help also enhance inclusiveness of institutions and aid in other ways. Actually, on Friday, I went to visit a program in Plavečky, which the Salvation Army has started, where they're building both a kindergarten, a training center for the Roma communities. And in Plavečky, there is a community where Roma lives on one side, and then the Slovak population live on the other side. And the Salvation Army, they had started the program in the middle, and they call themselves sort of middlemen. And they were talking about that the main challenge in this community was trust, and that they were set there in the middle and focusing sort of as the builder of trust between these two communities. And it was a very impressive program, and we're hoping that this is something that is also going to contribute. But thank you.
Ďakujeme aj my, Marian Ruthagen, ospravedlňujeme sa.
Thank you very much,
Miss
Ms. Ruthagen. We are sorry for the technical issues. Hopefully, our technicians managed to solve it. We are very happy to have among our guests also Gabriela Sanchisi, the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Slovakia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Počujeme sa. Veľvyslanectvo Holandského kráľovstva v Bratislave podporilo.
The Netherlands Embassy in Bratislava has supported our study that focus on the status and empowerment of women in selected marginalized Roma communities. Apart from other benefits, the study gives a voice to Roma women from marginalized communities that very often cannot be heard. Speaking of this topic, you have recently commented on it, for example, in relation to the Break the Bias campaign, where you said that at this time of crisis, we need to stand together for the empowerment and inspiration of women and girls. What do you see as key barriers that make it impossible for women in Slovakia and women from marginalized communities in particular to improve their status, and what needs to be done to overcome these barriers and improve their lives?
Well, thank you very much for this question. I think I'm and thank you very much for inviting me and my colleagues to this panel, and for allowing my country to contribute to the research. Very, very important to do and to keep researching where are the root causes of these problems. You asked me about barriers that are preventing women in Slovakia to really participate in society and to change their status for the better. And if we talk about those barriers for all women, and especially from Roma communities, I think it's important to realize that barriers can be twofold. There are the formal barriers, including access to education, access to the labor market, access to finance, and not even mentioning access to water or housing or healthcare, key prerequisites for a life in these times. But there are also cultural barriers. What is expected from women by their surroundings, by their families, by their parents, their friends, their husbands, and even their children. Both kinds of barriers can be very and extremely limiting. And in the case of Roma women, there's of course the factors like ethnic discrimination and the traditional division of roles related to gender. As a result, Roma women have, and this is what the study shows, have an extremely difficult position and are among the most vulnerable groups in this society. They are treated as second-class citizens without access to all these aspects such as the labor market or education, or even having access to an adequately stimulating environment for their personal development or of their children. And so this basically ends up being a vicious circle where it becomes impossible to change this situation. So what is needed to break those barriers, in my opinion, but also again confirmed by the project that is still running, is to break that vicious circle. And we know from research in the world that helping a woman graduate out of poverty means helping concretely a whole family. Women, and I'm of course not saying anything about men here, women tend to focus on improving the life of their children. They use whatever money they earn for education, for healthcare for their children. So helping a woman means helping several people, and in some cases also means helping a new generation, more than one generation. So Roma women oftentimes don't know how to realize their potential. No one has shown them, and they simply don't know what their possibilities are. So what helps is to encourage them to help get familiar with those opportunities and the options, to break the kinds of barriers, both kinds of barriers, and lead them out of their stereotypical lives. They need to understand, they need to be given an opportunity to raise their children in a more stimulating environment, and they must have a chance to be a productive actor, productive citizens on the labor market, not treated as second-class citizens. So to conclude, it's about breaking barriers, breaking biases, as we say, for women to find out through their own experience that their life can look differently if they have and if they're able to experience the options. It would empower them to take their lives into their own hands and ultimately help them and their children and their communities, as well as the majority population, to really find out that they are not part of the problem, but that they are part of the solution. And it would help us all together to break the barriers, the bias, and especially that vicious circle. Thank you.
Ďakujeme aj my veľmi pekne a ďakujeme aj za
Thank
vašu
you
podporu.
very much indeed, and thank you for your support as well. Everything that you've mentioned actually also ranks among the objectives of our program, UPre Women. And now I would like to pass the floor on to Mr. Nigel Baker, the ambassador of the UK to Slovakia.
Dobrý den. Hello.
Good afternoon. The UK Embassy also participated in the research study within this project, and one of the priority themes supported by the UK representation in Slovakia is the social inclusion of vulnerable communities in particular. How do you perceive the social inclusion of women from marginalized Roma communities in Slovakia? And is it possible perhaps to draw inspiration from the British experience with empowering women and with working with these marginalized communities?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this chance to join you today. And it's great to be here on this panel with colleagues from Norwegian and Dutch embassies who really do a huge amount, I know, here in Slovakia, and a real sort of leaders in work on equality. I think, and for me, there are three areas where I think Slovakia can do better than it's doing at the moment. And we have to be honest, I think, when you look at marginalization, particularly in the workplace, and when you see that sort of 3/4 of young Roma women, I think this is the EU statistics, are unemployed. I mean, it's bad enough amongst the men. About a half of Roma men are unemployed, but 3/4 of women, and this is in a labor market where Slovakia, there are jobs there are jobs available. For me, it's three things. It's about scaling up current sort of work. It's about systemic collaboration across different ministries, but it's also about recognizing the sort of multiple discrimination, the multiple barriers faced by people. I mean, in terms of scaling up, I think it's a program like we're doing, I think is focusing on very specific issues and specific cases, but clearly there needs to be a great deal more. And I think that's why the sort of having a government strategy, a clear strategy that is can be applied right across the country and has a sort of 2030 timeline, so a timeline over several years, is really important. And it's about equality, inclusion, and Roma participation. Because I think however many good individual projects there needs to be that sort of scale up of engagement by government, working with others and supporters if these problems are really going to be tackled more broadly. I think that the multiple barriers, in a way, is a critical issue. So when we're looking at women, we look at Roma women as we've heard already, with child rearing responsibilities, and that very often is a first responsibility. So they're already discriminated against as Roma, already discriminated against, as we see in the statistics, as women. They have other responsibilities. If children are discriminated against, they can't get access to kindergarten places, for example, so that the mothers have to be working much more have to be at home to look after them. There's sort of a range of different discriminations that are affecting women. And I think that ability Roma women to tackle all of these is critical, and therefore the need for the systemic collaboration. That systemic collaboration, not just an education minister, not just the Labour, Work and Social Affairs Ministry, but actually right across government. And again, this is where having those sort of holistic strategies are really important. In terms of whether sort of inspiration can come from the UK, I mean, we get plenty of things wrong, I have to say. We still have a gender pay gap of around 8% between men and women, for example. So there is a gap in the area of gender. But I think we have been working quite hard in this area of both scaling up and in more systemic collaboration. One quite important bit of legislation which we passed in the UK in 2010 was our Equality Act, which we did have lots of different legislation, laws around discrimination in the workplace. What the Equality Act did was bring all of this discrimination in a way into a single act around gender discrimination, around discrimination in regards to race, to color, to gender, etc., to religion. And I think bringing that in allowed us to, in a much more systematic way, both make the law easier to understand for employers, potential employers, and for those who've been discriminated themselves, and strengthen protection, because you could see the various different areas of discrimination. We've tried also with the scaling up. We have a diversity and inclusion strategy in the UK, which I think it is time limited at the moment to 2023, but we've seen progress, particularly in education, and I think we're hoping to do more of that focus, particularly in areas of work, where we have women who are getting qualified, they're getting their qualifications, but still there's a tendency for women to be employed in lower paid jobs or in part-time work, even when their qualifications would allow them to do take better roles. Another area we have in the UK a Minister for Women who has a particular focus around gender equality in the workplace. And I think having a champion in government, not just, you have the Roma plenipotentiary, which I think is really important, but having a champion in government who's not just looking at Roma, actually looking at other barriers that Roma women might be facing, as well as other women, is a great way, I think, of tackling areas, coming up with programs around innovation, working with employers around job opportunities, coming at it from a different perspective, not just, as it were, from the Roma perspective. A final thing I think I would say in terms of inspiration, and it's something that we are really proud to be doing, focusing on the project we're working with the Karpacka Nadacja, is looking for examples of success and identifying examples of individuals who have been successful in overcoming all of the barriers that we've been talking about and we know about, and asking ourselves and asking them, how did they get over those barriers? How did they conquer the obstacles? Because I think focusing on success stories is a great way to not only to inspire others, but identify the route to success for other people as well. We've seen in the UK with the many Slovak Roma who live and work in the UK, that with that sort of systemic approach and support from across different parts of government, you can not only help people achieve their educational goals, but then their work goals as well, despite the various discriminations that are in place, which aren't going to go away. And I think with that, identifying those success stories and seeing how people manage to overcome the obstacles is a great way of inspiring and providing route and direction for others who want to improve their education and who want to get into the workplace despite the difficulties facing them.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne za vašu podporu a vaše inšpirácie a veríme, že práve program UPre ženy prinesie aj tie pozitívne inšpirácie, ktoré ovplyvnia v pozitívnom
brings
zmysle
positive outcomes that will influence other Roma women. And I'm really happy that Marek Chomanic has joined us. He's the head of Regional Coordination Deputy, Office of Plenipotentiary for Roma Community. Hello, thank you, very nice day.
Dobrý deň, áno, počujeme.
Áno, my máme trošku neskôr odozvu. Máme nového splnomocnenca, no aké sú priority úradu?
We have a new deputy. What are the priorities of and what are your goals to support Roma women?
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Ja by som sa v mene pána splnomocnenca rád ospravedlnil.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Office of Plenipotentiary, I would like to say he's basically he's right now away. I would like to continue, and I'd like to thank Carpathian Foundation that has started these topics. And the main roles of Office of Plenipotentiary is the education, which is not the basic topic, but we also acknowledge this the importance of the topic. From our perspective, the position of women is the main concern is the empowerment and gender equality of women and men. Over the years, the situation has improved. And MRC have confirmed that that these situations are getting much better, and we've also decided that over the years of 21-27, we will try to improve the education of women, also their job market, and specific activities which aim to improve their overall education, or if they, after giving birth, and also that they acquire their skills and other things like monitoring and research. When it comes to mainstream policies, we've worked together with Ministry of Education and Ministry of Labor. And over the past years, we've focused on the crucial parts, crucial topics, and we've come to conclusions that the support is very, very important, and that there are things that disable women to finish their education, such as going on a maternity leave or getting married. And also there is the other aspect when women have to go to maternity leave because and this way they cannot finish their education, and then getting the job is much harder afterwards. So we would like to overcome these obstacles. There are the so-called subjects that women, by completing this apprenticeships, they acquire the important skills, and these skills will reflect the current state of job market. And there is the apprenticeship practice woman that we've created. And besides education, we'll focus on the activities such as support of stipend programs, whether it's the high schools or universities, realization of programs from America Women that have so that they had a worse situation when coming from maternity leaves. And also we'll focus on the diversification of social roles and also the role of Romas on job market. This is all from our This is all from us, and thank you all so much for your attention.
Thank you very much as well. And now let's go to the sociologist, Mr. Michal Vasečka, who was one of the 4 scientists who conducted the UPre Women study research. We are going to discuss the quantitative and qualitative side of the research, but let's get back to Mr. Vasečka. Mr. Vasečka, I only have one question for you because we're a bit pressed for time. What was the most surprising findings from this study for you personally? First and foremost, thank you very much to the Carpathian Foundation for giving me a chance to be a part, perhaps a minor part of this, because I mainly acted in my role as an advisor. From where I'm standing, I see this research as a breakthrough, in a way, a breakthrough survey. And this is not brown-nosing by any means. However, it reminds me of a research that we conducted for the World Bank 22 years ago, where we basically focused on the seemingly banal topic, because we compared particular districts in Slovakia trying to show that the main problem leading to deep poverty in marginalized Roma communities was segregation as one of the main reasons, because the bigger the segregation, the deeper the ghettoization of the communities. And to speak openly, the more frequent occurrence of different social anomalies were found in these marginalized communities, some of them even a bit dystopian. The empowerment of women in Roma communities is really a key to success. It's a critical point, and this is why I see this survey as one of the very important activities. Because Roma women are not doubly marginalized, but they are marginalized threefold, because inside of the still traditional Roma communities, women do not have voice. They do not have the opportunities similar to those of Roma men, because the masculinity in almost any communities, let alone in Roma communities, is still very deeply rooted. And very often the marginalized communities are located or can be found in marginalized regions. So basically we have triple marginalization, and it's really difficult to break out of this situation. And this very study, to cut long story short, this very study was very good because it's not only mapped the financial and sort of personal or individual capital, because this is what the studies are for. And here we're talking of the conventional way of thinking, which goes along the lines that if the communities have sufficient resources, they can get out of the deprived situation that they're in. But that's not the case. This study focused on cultural capital, on the educational capital, even though it doesn't use the words of Pierre Bourdieu, but it explicitly focused on social capital. And all those who are familiar with marginalization and with social studies, we all know that these are really the key moments. And that's why I think even the method was selected very well as semi-structured interviews. As a sociologist, I really see very nicely visible links to the sociology approaches and theories. My colleagues, this associate professor Brutovská and Jesenková, they approach it from different levels, however, from different point of views or perspectives, but they all show that empowerment, to use the word or the term coined by Ferdinand Dennis, Gemeinschaft, is very important, because the situation that these people are living in does not have, or it is not basically, the nice community. They are uprooted, but they are not part of the Gesellschaft, of the community. So they are sort of trapped in void, somewhere in the middle. And this study very clearly shows how they can get out of this situation. And this is why I see this as very important study, because the actual raising of the visibility of all this is very important, because all the things that happened after 1948, when the communists came to gain power in the then Czechoslovakia, during industrialization, coming or talking about or looking at the efforts to include Roma in the majority population actually led to the breaking of traditional links and relationships between the majority and minority, because in the past, non-Roma were godfathers or godparents of the Roma children. Roma and non-Roma communities were working together in the fields. This goes back to the first half of the 20th century. And then with massive industrialization, all these ties were broken. And after 1989, we didn't manage to get back to it and factor in the massive racism, major technological and material changes in the society, which resulted in the fact that the Roma were not able to grasp the opportunities, because the opportunities actually weren't there for them. And that's why we're in the situation like we have today. And I think this very research very nicely shows the dissolution of, or the abandonment of, the traditional notion of family and its transformation into something that we call nuclear family. But this nuclear family unit is not really working in marginalized Roma communities. And this is obviously tragic. And obviously, I know that I've been speaking for quite a while, and I believe that my colleagues, Ms. Jesenkova and Ms. Brutowska, will tell about this and in a much more expert way. I just want to very briefly show, even despite the time constraints, I would like to show you a scheme where I hope you would be able to see this. I don't know how clear that is or how readable that is. I do hope, however, that you can see it. And this is a very nice diagram showing why empowerment is really a key and of key importance, because what you see on the screen is basically the effort that the empowerment strives to achieve to revert the changes, the negative changes from the past that led to systematic exclusion and marginalization of the Roma communities, and actually even led to ghettoization. And basically, we have seen ghettoization taking place both in the rural or in urban setting in Slovakia. Just think of Lunik 9 housing estate. But the logic is almost the same, because wherever you are coming, you see the same things happening. The things that you are seeing here, this diagram, you can apply it to any Roma settlement in Slovakia, be it Lunik 9, be it Dužavská cesta in or Hermanovce or Jarovnice or wherever. It's basically a vicious circle of marginalization, because at first there is certain pressure exerted on the community, then there are radical processes that stepping in, then they are relocated to locations which is unsuitable for long-term dwelling. And the relocation might basically just mean that they need to move a couple of meters up, but basically they're excluded from certain community, which basically starts forming the no-go areas. So it's basically becoming more enclosed. The people are losing their social capital. And then we see internal closing of the settlement. Then there are parallel institutions being established because there is a power vacuum. Then there is, suddenly we see open animosity between majority and minority. Then you see the birth of culture in the isolation. Then you see the disappearance of the of the basically medium strata, middle class. Then there is stigmatization. The services are abolished for these people. Just think of Lunik 9. There was no bus connection. The electricity was being switched off. They didn't have supply of water and so on. So the city or the local government basically does no longer care about the location. And so people are forced to create their own rules. And at the end, what we see is the full resignation to anything that the majority deems important. And that's how basically this minority actually meets the ideas and the image that the main or majority community has about the minority. And why am I saying this? We can actually unfold this and we can revert this vicious circle. I've actually observed this in Brno, the so-called Brno Bronx, where they managed to uncoil this vicious circle. So the main information to conclude with, what is the condition that is necessary for this to happen? This condition is the empowerment of the people inside of the marginalized communities. It can't happen without it. There are many steps, but if empowerment is not one of them, then it's not going to happen. And the experience from various countries, including Slovakia, actually shows that it is especially the women who are mothers and the women who are less frequently succumbing to different pathological phenomena. And this study actually showed it, because it's not the women who are abusing alcohol or other substances. It is the women who are much more predisposed to be able to draw the communities out of this project. I could go on for ages about this, but I know I can't do that because we're really behind the schedule, but I'll be happy to join the discussion later on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vasecka. We knew this was not a sufficiently long slot for you. Next time you'll be given the time for presentation, I'm sure. But you said that this was a breakthrough or a revolutionary research, and we think so as well. And that's why we are actually going to now look at the results and the quantitative side of the research. And this was the part that was the responsibility of Ms. Gisela Brutowska from the Technical University in Košice, who basically looked at the status and empowerment of women living in marginalized Roma communities in Slovakia. And ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted to ask any questions, please use our Slido application. And now, Ms. Brutowska.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the Carpathian Foundation that I could take part in this research. And I'm going to present more the goals of the research and the outcomes we've reached. The basic intention of the research was to map of empowerment of Roma women into Roma communities, into marginalized communities, Dobšina and Veľký Krtiš. The goal of the research was to find out who or what helps to improve their role in a community. The quantitative research is basically mapped 62 women, 32 from Dobšina and 30 from Veľký Krtiš. I'd like to please show the slide. Thank you. It has mapped 62 women from together 62 from women from Krtiš and Dobšina. The form was structuralized questionnaires, which was checked by in two communities. Together, we've asked 62 women But from this outcome, when we've tried to compare the results from from both communities, we found out that it's not good to connect these communities. That's why I'm going to present the results from independently for one community and the other outcomes for the other community. The basic theory we've drawn our conclusions from was a theory of capital. We've looked at 4 types of capital. The first one was individual or personal. It was the self-identification of Roma women, their self-identification within the community. The second type of capital was the personal capital. We've looked at how they want to educate themselves and the capabilities, how to take care of a family. And the third thing we looked at was the financial capital, which basically showed what kind of capital they have at disposal and who takes care of the finances. And we also looked at how much money they, in what depths are they. And the fourth is the social capital, which we looked at the relationship between these communities. If you look at the results of the social demographical research in Dobšina, the respondents were from 16 to 47 years. Their average age was 28.1 year, which is basically the lower type of age. When we compared with the other region, it was much younger age. We've looked at the education. Only 11 women had the basic education of high without maturity exam. We've also looked whether we have respondents from with maturita or without. We haven't seen them in Dobšina. When we look at the overview, the majority had only elementary education, and only half of them had the special elementary school. They only lived in cohabitation. It was 6%. Some of them were single, and some of them were married. And the respondents that live there are much younger. The older ones are already married. Based on the employment status, the majority were unemployed or they were on maternity leaves. When we looked at them, there were only 3 respondents who actually had jobs. And these respondents were employed in abroad as they took care of others, and they had to therefore leave their families. What's interesting is also that they were getting paid for taking care of other children, not their own.
In terms of empowerment of women, what is important is the employment or the employment status. Employment status plays a very important role in deciding whether these Roma women are empowered or not. But we'll come back to it later. There are also other types of capital that are necessary. If we compared employed and unemployed Roma women, in Dobšina, it was quite interesting that both these groups were proud of being Roma. We will see in Velký Krtíš that the situation there is different, and then we might actually deliberate on why this might be. If we look at the women who are employed, compared to the unemployed Roma women in Dobšina, the women who have a job are capable of doing their whereabouts and running their errands, get the things done at the offices or with the authorities on their own and autonomously, which is not the case in case of the unemployed women. The employed women are able to travel by by any means of transportation, which is not the case in the group of the unemployed women. The employed women are very proud of having a job, and they are proud of their families as well. The unemployed women are proud of their families, sometimes even their grandchildren, and some of them even are proud of their partner or their male spouse, but who is basically providing the bread. All of the employed women were cohabitating with their partners, and their idea of good life resided in the improvement of life for their children, especially in gaining good education level or completing education. This was very different compared to the unemployed who basically wanted to, or for whom it was important to improve their health, and they wanted their children to attend schools without actually paying attention to their attainment. The employed Roma women were helping the people in their surroundings, while in the group of the unemployed women, more than 50% of them were not helping the others, and if they were expecting reciprocity. So, if I help you, I expect you to help back. If this is not happening, they would stop helping. The employed women are helping the others, especially with different administrative activities, such as filling in the forms and also advising in the family matters. For the employed women, the main values or the most important values is family and health. All of them have some sort of savings, so they can basically get by at times of crisis, while the unemployed Roma women in Dobšina have no savings, or most of them had no savings, so they would be in trouble if the crisis hit. In the group of the employed Roma women in Dobšina, all of them were interested in increasing and improving their education, which was not the case with the unemployed. The employed Roma could work with internet, and they're active on social networks. In the group of unemployed, they declared that they knew how to work with internet, but they were not all active on social networks. So if we wanted to sum up the personal or individual capital in Dobšine, basically the basis, the ground of the individual capital of the respondees was their pride of being a Roma. Basically, that was the main capital that was universal for all. The biggest joy in their lives are their children, but they're not thinking of themselves. So they do not concentrate on themselves. And overall, they're healthy, and they're actually even do sports and take care about healthy diet, which is quite specific for Dobšina, because when we carried out and implemented the research in other municipalities, the health status was not seen as very important. So this is quite an interesting phenomenon for Dobšina. In terms of the human capital, most of the respondees were interested in increasing their education level, and not only in basically having uptraining or retraining in some, workers or manual positions, but they were also talking about continuing their studies at the secondary schools or university level. So their ambitions were much higher. These women are autonomous and independent, both when it came to taking care of their household or even taking care of their children. Some of the women were afraid of going to, do some stuff or have some stuff taken care of with the authorities. What is important is that the thing that is important that there is no train connection to Dobšina, and there are problems, especially in the group of unemployed women that are struggling with other types of transportation. Majority of women that were surveyed were able to work with the internet, and they were active on social networks. Another capital that we looked at was the financial capital. Most or the majority of the respondees were only having very low income, which mainly comprised of the welfare benefits, social benefits, or the combination of the social benefits and wages. The division and using or the spending of the income was mainly the matter of when the decision making was made both by the woman in partnership with her partner. I think it was only about 2 or 3 cases where women could decide themselves. Only very few of the respondees actually took a loan, and mainly if they had a loan, it would have been mortgage. And most of the respondees had no savings. In terms of social capital, as the associate professor Vašečka already mentioned, when we asked the respondees who is the family or what the family means for them, they mainly were talking of nuclear type of family, which means children and their spouse. Only very rarely they spoke of a wider family. But in Dobšina, the respondees actually included in their families also other people who are not relatives, like blood relatives, but who are supporting them. And it might have been the community leader or actually even the personnel of the community center or of different civic or non-governmental organizations. The wider family, however, is also the source of assistance for the respondees if it comes to some financial matters, financial difficulties, but also helping them to take care of their children. So basically, when talking about family as such, they would not talk of grandparents or cousins, but if it comes to the sources where they seek assistance, if they need, they would actually talk about the wider family. Most of them, however, expect reciprocity. The authority, one of the main authorities in the communities is the community leader, or the so-called Vajda. Also, there is a great assistance or wide scope of assistance provided by civic associations, NGOs, but also local authorities and state authorities. However, it seems that the assistance is not delivered in a coordinated way, and there is an assumption, or basically seemingly it's like everyone actually has their own favorite helper or assistance. The respondees also very often, when talking about the idea of good life, is also linked to the idea of improved education attainment. We also observed the natural capital. If the respondees had a small garden, they were trying to grow their own vegetables, but most of the respondees did not have the soil of their own. Very often, they also went picking fruits in the forests as a means of additional income, and they were not separating waste. If we look at Velký Krtíš, the interviewees in terms of age ranked among 18 to 61 years of age, which means that they were much older than in Dobšina if it comes to the average age, which was just over 36 years. 20 of them, so 66.6%, only had the elementary education, 26% were with the completed secondary education, and 2 respondees actually had also the school leaving exams. In terms of employment status,
there were more, such as the same as Dobšina, there were more unemployed, and the same. It was the same for women that were unemployed and also on maternity leave. When it comes to unemployment, is some kind of loss of empowerment. It wasn't enough that just the woman was employed. When you come to the division between employed and unemployed women, it's a specificum that I've mentioned about Dobšina. They are proud to be Romas, is only expressed by the unemployed women. The employed women are basically said that they are Romas, they're not proud because the employer looks bad at them and it kind of excludes them from the work environment. They have a high capital, but they lack the natural capital, but this all both lacks for employed and unemployed. When it comes to personal capital, they have great opportunities. When I compare employed and unemployed women, employed women, we haven't identified any social pathological boundaries. When it comes to unemployed, there are more respondents that have been they've committed crimes, and one unemployed had an experience with drugs. If I were to summarize it, the personal or individual capital for women from Velký Krtiš, they are proud to be Romas, and it's connected with their self-sufficiency and being able to take care of themselves, but this not applied for women who are employed. The way that they are able to take care of the family is helping them to find the job, or they are proud what they have achieved in work. However, there was the state of being their health situation is being connected with marginalization, and their health status is something that they don't have control over, and this these health issues are getting much harder, and this enabled them to actually get the proper job and so on. When it comes to personal capital, the improvement of education is connected to the way they need to take care of their kids. If women have a higher number of children, because they don't have any other social connections besides just the family they have, it's very, very difficult to take care of their children and how to basically take care of family when the kids will go to school. And this is connected also to being connected to family. The Roma community is not helping as these communities have mentioned, and also the respondees don't have any financial capital. The ability to work with internet and being active on social network is very, very high. There hasn't been a question what are they doing on the social networks. This basic answer is missing. When it comes to financial capital, the paradox is that in Dobšina, for example, when it comes to the finance, there is the equal division of financial capital between men and women and how to basically pay for things. However, in Velký Krtiš, when it comes to low income, when it's very important to take care of family and basically the basic survival, this is when women take initiative and take care of the family. It's very, very hard when man says that he's not able to cook and do things like that. This way, women have to take care of the family. However, when there is a higher income, there is the equal division of financial capital or financial responsibility. But they don't take on loans, and this way don't create they are not being more in debt by these loans. But they have also achieved getting out of debt. If the respondee has some certain capital, this enables her to take care of her own life. When it comes to social capital, if I were to sum it up, we are running out of time. In Veliki Krtiš, there is the connection between the wider social society. However, in the other study, there is a very small, or this connection is lacking. Community center helps in certain way or to a certain extent. In Veliki Krtiš, however, there are grandparents that help the grandchildren to take care of the house, and this way the children try to repay their grandparents back by taking care of them in some other way. When we look at the natural capital, there is nothing to look at Veliki Krtiš because when it comes to the natural capital, they have no gardens, they don't have access to land, they only go to nature, and what they collect in nature, they try to sell, and they don't even separate the garbage, and they just put it all in one container. To sum it up, there are differences between the regions. There are different outcomes. The variation of the research group made all the incomes or the outcomes of the research very various and very different.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brutowska, not only for this presentation, but also for the great deal of work that you have managed to carry out. We have a question for you that was sent through Slido. Is there anything that surprised you when you evaluated the outcomes and results of the survey? Yes, as the Associate Professor Vasečka said, what was surprising for me was the dissolution of the traditional Roma family and also the distance between minority and majority. They were not communicating together, and if they were, it was only through the formal organizations or institutions that are operating in one way or another in the communities. What was surprising also was that in Dobšina, the women who became leaders in the marginalized Roma communities I was surprised by the impact they had on the community, because they were really leading the communities. They were the true leaders. And when I, for example, contacted them and when they accompanied me in the settlement, we had no problems gathering all the data. While the situation was different in Veliki Krtiš, it was so difficult to find a female leader there. If there were any female leaders, these were the women working in the community centers, but there was no female leaders in Veliki Krtiš community, so to speak. And since I also focus on ecology, I was surprised by the lack of ecological awareness in the communities. But I was very pleasantly surprised in Dobšina how women took care of themselves in terms of their appearance, but also in terms of their healthy lifestyle. They were almost like the regular non-Roma Slovak woman who is just sharing healthy recipes with her friends. That was quite surprising for me. All right, so I think we all know that the communities should be led by women. We're not only, and this does not apply only to Roma communities. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And the next speaker will follow up. Will be the Associate Professor Adriana Jesemková from the University of Pavol Jozef Šafárik and SFEM, who will tell us more about the road that the Roma women have to navigate on their way to employment. Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Jesenkova. I work at the Faculty of Arts of the Pavel Józef Šafárik University in Košice as a researcher in SFEM. I would like to thank the Carpathian Foundation for this opportunity of becoming a part of this project within which each and every interview that we had together with the Associate Professor Monika Bosakova of the Charles University in Prague and also a member of SFEM was really a true inspiration for me. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the results and the outcomes of the research that we carried out, where we worked with the care ethics and the moral and politic theory of caretaking as the point of departure. The caretaking is seen as the core activity carried out by each and every human being to maintain and to improve the world that we are living in, taking care of our environment, taking care of ourselves, of our bodies, so that everyone lived in the best situation possible. Also, under this concept, the caretaking or the care as such is seen as a source that brings us self-esteem, self-respect, and acknowledgement, but it also can lead to the deficit of any other type of care. It needs to be said that the care is born in relationships and in relations and through the relations. And these relations, again, materialize in mutual and common care activities. When we care about the community, about the families, about the community, about the society, and about the environment that we live in. As for the methodology and the methods used, we carried out 6 semi-structured interviews, 2 of them in Velký Krtiš, 2 in Dobšina, and 2 in Lunik 9 housing estate in Košice. We opted for the qualitative content analysis of the transcriptions or transcripts of the interviews, and then we selected the interpretation template where we focused on the work experience, and I'm going to tell you more about the experience with, for, and from the work that these women have. Then we focused on the area of relationships with their ability to receive and provide care. And we also looked at the causes for the bad or negative situation or poor situation of women in marginalized communities. When we're looking at work and employment, basically the experience with work actually has a direct impact on the increasing of self-esteem and self-respect of the respondees. Basically, each work experience or job experience or employment experience is translated through the relationship with people that they're experiencing. And these people might be friends, might be relatives, might be people in the assisting professions, all the personnel of the community centers, or basically anyone else whom these women have met on their life journey and with whom they have formed some sort of relationships. It is also shown that the experience with work actually increase the interest of the respondees in their own personal development, because suddenly work is no longer only the means of bringing bread or putting bread on one's table, but also it contributes to their self-actualization. And also there is a direct link to the perception of one's own value, which empowers them to be able to abuse or to reject injustice. The predispositions for these women to have experience with work is trust. It's the matter of trust and self-respect. When they start trusting that it is possible for them to get a job, so they start trusting in themselves, believing in themselves. Another very important predisposition is the responsiveness. which allows them to react in a differentiated way to the incentives coming from the outside, from the environment that they are living in. And this actually requires at least a basic level of self-esteem and self-knowledge. And last but not least, if this work experience materializes, if it becomes a reality, then the experience from work actually brings new relations or modifies the already existing relations and relationships in terms of quality. And also, there are new relations and relationships being established or maintained that are, all in all, mainly beneficial and positive. These women also gain new skills, which is also very important. We can also talk about the growth in self-esteem, believing in oneself, which is also very important for their future self-actualization on the labor market. What is also one of the very important predispositions and benefits of work is the equality in relationship. This is a very important predisposition for them to be able to look for the jobs, because it very much depends on the ability or willingness of their partner to take over at least some of the household chores or care about the family and about the household. Similarly, the actual work experience, which generates income, financial income, which is subsequently becoming a source of economic power, then again adds to the increased balance of relationships in the families or in the partnership. And that's why gender equality is not only a predisposition, but also a benefit brought about by work and working or employment. From the perspective of the ethics of care, we have to say that the environment in which our respondees exist is seen as a network of relationships. We use the metaphor of network where the quality can differ a lot. And the quality and the density and the quality of relationships within the said network, all this is crucial and determining for the level of self-esteem and self-respect, but also it's crucial for their ability to react to the stimuli coming from the outside. Now, these networks can include family, colleagues, helps, good people, people from the authorities or from the third sector or non-governmental sector. It is not random that I speak about the quality of the network of relationships that our interviewees have. As our interviews have shown, good relationships are crucial. And when talking about good relationships, we're talking about the relationships where the experience is shared, which are open, which are full of trust, and which are responsive, where there is a certain level of responsiveness in terms of care. And basically any reaction either given or received in such network of relationships is then reacting to the needs and to the preferences of the receiver, but also the donor. In such good care relationships, the boundaries between providers and receivers of help or of assistance are either dissolving or they are very flexible. So we see the aspect of reciprocity and inclusion. And in terms of the power division, these or such relationships are much more balanced. One of the stereotypes says that the receiver or beneficiary of assistance and support, or receiver or beneficiary of care, is the passive part, and those or the entity providing care is the active member. Also, good relations and relationships help to build self-respect, self-esteem, and at the end of the day, also the autonomy of making decisions about one's life. My fourth speaker, Ms. Brutowska, spoke in her presentation about the differences between different locations. And this is also something that we were confronted with in our research. Very often, community is seen as something that's homogeneous, but that's not the case. We have found out that each and every location where we carried out our interviews, the communities were very specific, they were very varied, and we even came to the situation or encountered the situation when community was not a support, but rather a hindrance. And that's why the respondents basically tried to make up their own community or isolate from the greater community that they were living in, because they saw it as an obstacle for their growth and for their ability to take care of their family and their lives. What is also very important is the ability to provide and to receive care. First and foremost, we managed to identify, or we try to identify what it is that our respondents see is important. For them, what was important were their children, who were very strong motivation for them, the means, but also an end to the means. So they were someone whom they needed to take care of. It's their future, it's their family, and mainly they cared about the housing and the health of their children and their families. What also came up as a very important topic for our respondees was the materialization of one's dreams and the future, securing of future. And this was very important because the aim of care, the beneficiary of care, was not only the families and the children of our interviewees, but it became clear that the women tried to take good care of themselves as well. To quote some of the interviews, one of the interviewees said, I would like to complete my education so that my parents were proud of me, that I managed to get a job for myself. I basically want to fulfill my aim, my objective. I wanted to work with children, but then I became pregnant, and so it sort of rolled over me, but I really would like to complete my education. So our respondents, our interviewees are dreaming of a better life for themselves, for their children, so that their children can complete their education or make it in life. At a different location, they wanted their children to live elsewhere. Another interviewee said, well, I don't think about myself often, but if I could, then I think I would complete my education, my secondary education with the state finals. The topic of care is very important because it basically permeates all the areas that we analyze. It has become clear that when receiving and providing care, the philosophical perspective of the ethics of care shows that, and it is something that actually featured in all our dialogues with our interviewees, it shows that we need to overcome three stereotypes that are usually accompanying care as such. So first of the stereotypes is basically the provider of care forgetting about their own needs. The second stereotype is the reduction of care to a dyadic relationship between the provider of care and receiver or beneficiary of care, where one side is active, providing care, and the other side is passive, receiving care. However, it was shown that it's actually, this dichotomy does not work, that our interviews have shown that basically care as such is a collective matter, that there are other stakeholders stepping in or coming into the equation. It might be other people from the community, it might be the wider family members, it might be also representatives of different authorities, be it self-governmental or national government authorities. So what is required is and our interviews have shown this, it is important for the provider of care to take very good care of himself or herself. Care is not a one-way street. It has to be negotiated, it needs to be planned in cooperation with other people. To conclude this part, it is very important to stress that our interviewees are not passive beneficiaries of care, but they can provide care, they can be actively involved, and if receiving, they are receiving it in a very effective way. Our communication partners, as we call them, were asked to identify the causes of the bad situation of Roma women in marginalized communities. They actually managed to identify 4 main causes: upbringing, lack of education, and too many children, unfair division of work among genders, and a mindset. Having identified the causes of the negative situation, our respondents were actually able to suggest what were the solutions to these. So first and foremost, we had upbringing. Basically, our interviewees, our communication partners, were able to identify women, and particularly women mothers, as actors in this change, as the bearers of this change. And I would quote here, each woman can do it, each woman, each and every woman, because the women need to trust in themselves, first and foremost. They should be able to believe that they can be autonomous, that they can act independently, because some women were afraid. I was afraid. I'm an example of that. I thought I wasn't going to make it. But now, when I'm older, I can say, you were silly to think that, because you could have done it. Women have to realize it, themselves. Another respondent said, women should not be satisfied with what they have, and they need to want more. They need to achieve more. They need to want to achieve more for themselves and for their children. The challenges for change were identified in a very clear and transparent way. Women should get rid of fear from their men, from their males, and also they should get rid of fear whether they could make it. One of our respondents actually said, if I want something, then I have to do it. So our interviewees saw their responsibility towards their children, towards their families, and they actually were able to identify themselves as the most important bearers of change. One of our respondents actually said, I'm not going to go on living like this. I won't be satisfied. I'm no longer satisfied going and living like this, because I was living in deep poverty. Another voice, if a man wants, then they have to do something, because if I didn't want it, I would just stay at home. And here we're approaching the results and outcomes and recommendations resulting from our research. And I have to say that we were not analyzing structural causes and reasons for extreme poverty or exclusion and for discrimination as an obstacle for change, but we looked at the factors that were identified by the women themselves based on their personal experience. And I would like to show that we see the self-made woman image as a risk factor, because such an image and the personal example might be actually quite risky if we wanted to look or to work with women that were less successful, where basically their idea of being a victim or of failing can be strengthened. We need to focus or to stress that the success stories were stories of success, not because of the opportunities, but despite the limitations that they were encountering. So we need to have a very individualized approach to that. But there's one thing that these stories have in common, and that's willingness stemming from the belief that change can happen. And in this context, there's one other thing that needs to be stressed. gender basically is an ambivalent factor here. On one side, we have a gender-biased division of labor, which is always traditional, which means that all the household chores are to be borne by women. But and we can say that this balance is even increased when it comes to employment. On the other hand, the gender socialization, which puts responsibility for the taking care of family or taking care of children on women, actually makes the women more motivated to cultivate the relationships that they have, to become an active actor in the employment, in the relationships. And also it improves their ability to utilize other forms of care and caretaking in their lives. So on one hand, gender can be an advantage, but it can also be a disadvantage. Also, we have already shown that the presence of a partner who participates at the gender equality and contributing to the change activities actually serves as the catalyst of the changes. And the work experience subsequently allowed our interviewees to implement the life changes that they wished for. As for the further development and the projects that is to be implemented by the Carpathian Foundation in the communities, we would recommend that when it comes to the empowerment of women, attention is given to self-assessment and building of self-esteem, to support relationships with other women, and the cultivation of trust and reciprocity. We need to focus on responsiveness and the ability to be responsive, to be open towards the others, to work with boundaries, with our boundaries and the boundaries of the others, but also to pay attention to the value of a unique female experience that is usually translated through the stories of women and the stories that avoid universalization of one single experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for the information. You are from Pavol Jozef Šafárik University, and SFEM is your organization. Besides being an academic, I work as analyst that focuses on gender-based development. If we are interested about that, they can Google it, right? Yes. We have a question that was presented to us by Slido. Based on what were the respondents selected on, and do you expect different outcomes? Yes, respondees were selected based on the by the organization Carpathian Foundation, and they contacted the community centers in different locations, for example, Luník 9, Dobšina, or Veľký Krtiš. The respondees were women who had some kind of job experience, or at least their job experience wasn't the full-time work, but these localities have different specifications. We cannot identify Roma community as an abstract term, but based on this research, we can get to know each community in their own specifics. And this is also a contextual experience, and even though it can be a motivating and also so-called the starting point or moment that enables us to start creating a strategy in a specific community. And this way the work in the community and the actual realization of the project is to a certain extent a way of looking deeper into the matter, and the outcomes of this can be then applied to other projects. And the quantitative analysis that was our task enabled us to identify the starting points that we have to develop further. And these starting points can help with the specific in the so-called management or strategy in the specific community and locality. So you have the outcomes of the research, and this all can help us what we should do further and on what should we women focus on. Right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. We should be followed up, but this should be followed by a short break. But because we are behind, we're gonna have a 1-minute break. I hope this helps you. We'll see each other in a minute. Let's continue in the program of online conference, which is just an introductory, just an introduction. We've heard some interesting information, and we're gonna further talk about with Veronika Miškeš-Fričová from Carpathian Foundation. Hello, my name is Veronika Miškeš-Fričová. I work at Carpathian Foundation, and in my presentation I will share some information when it comes to UPre Women, basically women from marginalized, how to enable access to the job market to marginalized women. Carpathian Foundation, together with other partners and with the support from Norway and Norway grants and also state budget of the Slovak Republic, which are very grateful for. I'll start by a short introduction of Carpathian Foundation. The Carpathian Foundation is a regional organization focused on the development of Eastern Slovakia. We are founded in 1994, and we are offering financial support, education, and consulting for active people and NGOs with the intention of getting better life in Eastern Slovakia. We've supported thousands of projects with a total sum of 3.5 million euros. As a foundation, we focus on projects and activities in the field of education and development, as well as the development of Roma communities. One of these programs is the project of Roma communities. It's a grant program through which we support organizations that work with directly work with marginalized communities, and this program is also has an aspect of building educational other capacities of the organizations. This focuses on the early support and supporting of women in the age of 8 to 10 years, and based on this program and its implementation, we were aware that the care in early stages of life is key, and it's important because kids and Roma people, Roma women, have equal chances and opportunities in life. But we are also aware that the holistic approach is necessary, and we can't just focus on the early childhood care and education. There are other things we have to also pay attention to. We are also aware that the biggest potential that there is, and the field which we should be going towards, is work with women from Roma communities. And this all is based on the reasons or the results, because women, they face the biggest marginalization, multi-level marginalization, and this all causes development of kids and families to be lacking. I've mentioned a problem, or maybe a situation that is a bit problematic that Roma women face in Slovakia. Here are some numbers that draw this problem. 70% is the unemployment rate of Roma in Slovakia in 2014. Almost half of Roma households have been marked as unemployed in 2020. And if we look at the difference between Roma women and men, only 32% of Roma women have shown that they have the paid job in comparison to 54 Roma men. So we can see a big difference here. When it comes to young Romas, there are 65% of Roma within the ages of 16 or 24. They weren't working, they weren't getting education, or they haven't continued in the professional preparation or professional training. And when we look at what this number looks for Roma women and men, we can also see that there is a big difference. 77% of young Roma women haven't continued or didn't continue in their professional training in comparison to 52% of Roma women. These numbers draw the situation, and this situation is certainly, there are certain grounds or causes that cause the situation. If I were to sum it up some way, the main cause is the ethnical and gender discrimination that is shown in various ways. The manifestations of this discrimination are listed here, and there are some that are just important for us and that we want to focus on within the UPre Women program. What is also important to say is that all these manifestations are somehow connected to each other and they influence each other. So we have to see them as a single unit and something that basically influences and deepens the situation and the problematics we face here, or the Roma women face. The first cause or the first manifestation of discrimination is being a parent in a very young age. When it comes to women, this disables the chances either to find a job or to finish their education. And at the same time, Roma women have to devote a lot of time taking care of family, which disables them to basically get a job or to finish education. Roma women lack self-knowledge, or they don't they have a lack of agency, which, if we can use the English term, they face a very low education. They lack the basic capabilities or skills that are necessary for job market, and also they face segregation, spatial segregation. Under this, we see that Roma women that live in those communities, they are situated in less developed regions, and there are very few opportunities for jobs, and have to travel to get a job or to get education. And this all means that the space where they live has a lot of negative connotations, as it has been already presented. For example, women or a Roma woman lives in Lunik 9. This disables them to get the job just because of their status where they live. They also face discrimination on when it comes to employers. 54% of 54% of Romas have felt in 2020 somehow discriminated based on their ethnic origin. Last but not least, there are traditional gender roles that influence how the care and the responsibilities are divided within the family. There are excessive claims that women have to do to take care of the family or the household, and this way it minimizes their time to take care of themselves, for example, to educate themselves or to get a job. And together there are some norms or roles. These limit their possibility to decide about themselves, about their bodies, and so on. So these are the problems we've encountered over the last couple of years, and we want to tackle, or we want to build a program which focuses on these problems, and we want to develop them further. The program Up Women will be realized it has been realized from the beginning of this year in Dobšina and Veľký Krtiš. And what we want to achieve by this program, first of all, we want to build self-esteem for Roma women and enable them basically being able to decide by themselves. We want that women in Roma communities would achieve some kind of self-independence, and that they also be active or actors in their own communities. And we want to dissolve all the stereotypes connected to Roma women. And what are the ways how to approach or how to achieve these things? First of all, it's understanding of women from the marginalized Roma communities, especially from Dobšina and Veľký Krtiš. And just to get this understanding of understanding when we were preparing this program, we've talked a lot about to many women, and just because of that, we've created a study for women that also Mrs. Brutowska talked about in the previous presentations. It's also important to build on things that we've encountered or based on the practices we've encountered in Slovakia, and also to create the support environment in the family and community. And also, we want to work with the employers. And some other thing we want to tackle is the education of women living in marginalized environment. Also creating a support environment in family and community, so women would participate in this program, and so by this participation they would support and work with women, and this way enables them to participate in the activities of the program, and this way being successful in the job market. Some other things we want to tackle is mentoring. So we want to support women leaders. So let's now look at these approaches. When it comes to understanding of Roma women from the selected communities, the study UPre Women that we've also talked about today, I want to explain why this was very important, why it was important to carry out the study, and it was one of the first steps of this program. It was important for us to know the voice of Roma and to hear it from the original source, how they view their lives, how they view the relationships, whether it's in family manner or the community, and how these relationships basically influence their life, how they view the opportunities they have when it comes to, for example, education or work, what helps them or what, on the other hand, doesn't help them, how can we help them as a foundation. So we can help them to improve their life. It was also important for us to create indicators of the roles of women and empowerment of women from marginalized groups. We haven't found something similar that we could basically use for the study. And we also wanted to understand the life of women from marginalized groups, from marginalized communities, and we wanted to know what empowerment means for them. The indicators that we've created, we used for mapping the outcomes of the project. And we also use them to look at the role of women in those communities. It was also important for us to understand in detail what are the aspects and obstacles that women face on the job market and they meet up with in their life, and how work influences their empowerment and their life. And all of those information we've used for the strategy and the strategy of this program. So the outcomes are as best as we can, as we can achieve them. When it comes to creating the practices, it was inspired by Women with Wheels in India, that has been realized for more than 14 years by a certain foundation. I'm not going to talk about it any further. Ms. Dolan Gangulis from India will present those things. We've also built based on the outcomes of people in need from agency of from Banská Bystrica, a self-governing region. But about those we will be hearing today further from Michaela Mudroňová, the Employment Agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region. We also build on the long-term cooperation with our community partners, which are Detstvo deťom, our community center in Menčín in Veľký Krtiš. Both of these organizations in Dobšina and Veľký Krtiš have had long-term relationships with women from local marginalized communities. I'm going to talk a bit more about the cooperation. Dětstvo děťom was in Dobšina was founded in 2013. The family center Domček is a center for support of which focuses on the early upbringing of kids, and these activities are focused basically on youth or teenagers, but also on mothers with newborns or small children or preschool kids. So basically the early stages of childhood. So you can see various pictures here, some courses for women, but also interior of the center Domček. Our second partner is Community Center Menšin in Veľký Krstiš, which was founded in 2001. The basic principle how they work is the participation of Roma, how to solve their own situation. They have social consulting, application of rights, and how to basically take care of themselves or take care of their interest. Their main concern is the development and of housing. In Veľký Krstiš, they take care of 10 houses with a block of flats with 132 flats. They've been active in various projects. You can see many of them. I'd like to reiterate the project of improving of early childhood education and improving the social role of families. This project is co-funded by Carpathian Foundation. They work with the early childhood education within our program, and based on this cooperation, we've decided to create or to realize the project UPre Women.
The most important aspect of this program aimed at women is the education and development program for the Roma women. The program participant will attend 7-month-old development and educational program comprising 4 major parts. These 4 parts concern the rights of women and building of their internal strength and self-esteem or self-trust, then the preparation for the working life and building of their self-esteem and financial stability, personal development, and self-reflection. These 4 areas were suggested and designed based on the experience of our partners, but also based on the lessons learned from the projects that we have already been implementing or implemented in the past. As it has already been said today, you cannot have empowerment if you only focus on one individual aspect. So if we only look at the increasing the employability of Roma women, we must not only look at the labor market, but we also need to focus on all the other aspects that disadvantage the Roma women. So we need to build their inner strengths, and we need to allow them to develop not only in professional but also in their personal life. As for the 4 areas that we mentioned and what particularly they're going to focus on, this slide shows you the module the set of modules for the first field, which mainly concerns the rights of women and building of their internal strength and self-esteem. So we'll start with violence prevention, then the topic of gender equality, and through the health of women, we get to the second part of this program, which focuses on the preparation for the job and work life, which will also have 3 modules, and that's financial literacy, communication, and preparation for job. The third part, or the third and fourth part, is mainly focused on the personal development, on setting of personal goals, on defining the roads how to get and how to meet these aims and objectives, and also how to take care of oneself. And in terms of self-reflection, we will carry out joint retrospective. So take a look back in a very regular way. And this would be the activity involving all the members of the program, where the women would be able to look back at what they've learned and how they can transfer what they have learned into their personal life. And they perhaps would be able to perceive and to see how their attitudes and stances are changing in accordance with their development. This is a program that's going to be implemented directly in the Roma communities in Dobšina and in Veľký Krtíž, both of which are the communities from which 20 women will be involved in the program. So all in all, we'll have 40 participants. And these modules that I talked about will either be held under the auspices of the Employment Agency of Banská Bystrica Self-Governing Region, or by the Carpathian Foundation experts or other experts from our partners' institutions. And as concerns other activities or principles that the UPre Women program builds upon, we will strive to very systematically develop the environment in the Roma communities and in Roma families, and this is mainly with the involvement of our community and field partners who will be carrying out the field activities directly in the families and who would organize regular meetings of Roma families with the aim to build support or ensure support coming from the families and coming from the communities where our participants live, in order to allow them to not only get a job, but also maintain their job afterwards, after the program closes down. As concerns the individual and regular meetings of the families, what we see as an important thing there is that the families actually feel the part, an active part of the program, so that they are familiar with the learning curve and learning process of each and every participant of the project or of the program. Each Roma woman involved in the program would work with a mentor who would be sort of guiding them throughout the process, but also who would be working them for 3 months after the completion of the project, trying to sort of help them with whatever they might need help with after they get a job. Both the mentors and the participants would then actually develop their roles, because even the current participants of the program would become mentors for other women from other communities after they graduate or basically complete this program. We're also aiming to work with employers in Veľký Krtíž and in Detva, and Dobšina, sorry, and with not only with employers but also with labor offices and other stakeholders who are actually somehow factoring in the labor market and its formation, in order to facilitate their effort to build favorable and enabling conditions for the participants of our program. And we can also provide specific targeted trainings for their employees and for their management. And last but not least, we try to support the Roma leaders. So the members and the involvement, the participants of our programs, or of our program as such, who would also show some leadership potential, would be helped to establish peer-to-peer groups in their communities, working with other women, passing on the lessons learned, the experience, and the knowledge. And through this activity, we would really like to see and ensure sustainability of the results and outcomes of this project in the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Let me conclude by saying that we have actually launched our website, the program website, uprezheny.sk, where you would be able to find an updated information on the program and on the activities. And once again, I would like to express our gratitude for the support to the Kingdom of Norway, which through the Norway grants have supported this program, UPre Women, and are actually making it possible for us to implement this program. Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronika. Thank you for the information. You've mentioned the website, but I think what we haven't mentioned is the research study. So when will it be available and how can our audience get a hand on it? Well, it will be published at the end of April, and it will be published and made available on the website through the UPre Women website and also on the website of the Carpathian Foundation, and also all the participants of today's conference will be notified of its publication. We also have a question that we received through Slido. So it's the long-term vision of the program. Well, as for the long-term vision, the activities that I've mentioned today that are being carried out in Dobšina and in Velký Krtíž are basically representing the pilot phase of this project, where we want to gather all kinds of information on how to make this program successful, effective, and sustainable. So the long-term vision is that we will continue working with these two communities, but we also want to roll out and scale up the project into other marginalized Roma communities in Slovakia. And we also would like to, or have an ambition to, establish the platform of employers employing Roma and Roma women in particular. Oh, fingers crossed for that. We know, however, that this program draws on international experience and international and national areas and partners, one of them being people in need, but also the agency, the employment agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region, where the director of the agency and the head of the Department for Integration and in preparation for employment and labor market assertion in the People in Need organization, Ms. Michaela Mudroňová, will tell us more about their plans, about their activities, and about their experience. Good afternoon, Ms. Mudroňová. I hope you can hear as well. We can see your presentation, but unfortunately the screen is flickering, so we would like to ask you to turn off your screen sharing, and we'll try to share your presentation from here, from the studio. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me, and thank you for you're having us as a partner in this interesting project together with other partners. So I would be very happy if you could share my presentation and click through it. So my name is Michaela Mudroňová, and as it has already been mentioned, I represent today the Employment Agency of Banská Bystrica Self-Governing Region. However, I would like to also share my experience from the People in Need organization where I've been working for some time. The Employment Agency of Banská Bystrica Self-Governing Region was established in 2019 as a non-for-profit organization, and it was founded by both the Banská Bystrica Self-Governing Region and the People in Need NGO. So we have two founding authorities, and we mainly draw on the employment program implemented by, which has been implemented by the People in Need organization since 2019. Our headquarters is in one of the secondary vocational schools in Lučenec. Here in the picture you can actually see the president of the region, Mr. Jan Lunter, who came to visit and see the vocational training center at the school. What we offer is the individualized labor guidance, and we are quite unique in this capacity in Slovakia because we mainly focus on the employment services for marginalized or disadvantaged groups of job seekers, and in particular we focus on the employment of Roma and people from marginalized Roma communities. Okay, so we can see the next slide. The career guidance and job guidance provided by our agency follows the labor guidance methodology developed by the People in Need, which was inspired by our mother organization, People in Peril or People in Need, Czech Republic. And we basically focus on case management. So we are not only concentrating on an individual issue that our clients might have, but we see them as a complex case, and we treat them as complex case. So we do not only address the labor consultancy or job consultancy, but we also focus on their financial literacy. We work with project participants in terms of the development of their social literacy, financial literacy, but also their upskilling in terms of core skills. We also help to prepare them for job interviews, or we work with them to be able to develop their own CVs. During the job interviews, trainings, or mock-up job interviews, we actually basically go through the potential questions with them and how they might or could answer these. What is important in this respect is that we managed to establish a cooperation, successful cooperation with a number of employers and also with some labor offices operating in the areas where we operate as well. The People in Need organization has been cooperating very closely with the labor office in Lučenec, for example. And we are also cooperating with self-governmental authorities who very often act as an important or as important employers, especially for the people from marginalized communities. After the COVID-19 pandemics, many of the marginalized community members are working for the temporary job agencies because many companies don't want to or are afraid of employing people permanently due to the flexibility and vulnerability of the situation. We are also providing support and guidance to our clients after they get a job. So we help them with relocation, we help them with traveling. So basically we offer sort of guidance, and we are guiding them, trying to ensure that they make it on the labor market and that they can keep their jobs. We are also providing assistance and support to employers in various forms of cooperation. For example, we offer integration programs We help them with absorbing different types of stimulus coming from the national government. We provide sensitization courses for their employees. And we also help to prepare the clients if employers might have some specific requirements or requests. We can actually work with our clients to develop their motor skills or their manual skills. What is also important is that our job is not done when our client signs an employment contract. On the contrary, we mainly focus and we see the period after they actually get a job and start a job as key as a key period. So we're talking of the period of 3 to 6 months when they might find it difficult to accommodate themselves to the new environment or the new situation. As Veronika has already mentioned, I would also like to express our gratitude to the Kingdom of Norway and the Norway Grants for supporting our activities, because our activities are also supported by this financial mechanism, and they also support our temporary mitigation measures program, or LDI 03017, and we actually have the conference within the scope of this project tomorrow in the morning, so you are very cordially welcome and invited, because we will discuss the ways how we can give a chance to the people who would otherwise not make it on the labor market. So we have the launching or opening conference tomorrow. Another project that we have been implementing for some time in cooperation with the city of Lučenec and the Domov project is the project entitled We're Joining Our Forces for More Opportunities, which mainly focus on social chances, social opportunities, and housing for the marginalized communities in Lučenec district. Another project that we implemented under the scope of our agency was targeting specifically Roma women. It was called the Digital Literacy for Roma Women, and it was a small project, relatively small project, supported by the Accenture Foundation and the Pontes Foundation. It basically involved 20 Roma women from the district of Lučenec, who in the course of 6 meetings learned how to work with email or internet, with online applications. And very often these women are in a very vulnerable positions because they drop out too early from their education. They very often do not only complete their elementary education, they have barely any work experience. And since during the COVID-19 pandemic, the entire country, the entire world as it is, had to transfer to an online environment, these women were really on the receiving end. So that's why we decided to create this small project where in the course of 6 meetings we educated these women in the topics such as how to set up an email account, how to react to emails, how to look for information on the internet. We also told them how to work with online applications that they might need if they actually need to have their kids study over the internet, so study remotely. We also taught them how to write a CV, how to look for job offers on the internet, how to fill in official forms and applications, how to communicate with authorities, or how to prepare for job interviews. We also help them send out applications or emails to potential employers. And over the period of 2 months, 2 of the 20 clients that we catered for actually got a job. And I think this is actually quite a big success because we're talking of the Lucenic district where the unemployment rate is high as it is, and bearing in mind that we are talking of Roma women, this really can be seen as success. And I would also like to move on to our experience looking at it or wearing a cap of the person from the people in need. The people in need is the organization that has had a long-term experience in various areas. I started with them back in 2019 through this very project called Homeland, which is the project that was implemented in all Visegrad countries under the social innovation program implemented by the EU. And this was the project within which we tried to develop a system of integrated services or integrated service system where in the Slovak part of the project we focused on the self-help construction of houses. So not only people from Roma communities were assisted in building their own homes, but they also received social assistance or social guidance because it was basically the project also involving the system of microloans. So they had to put aside some money, then they could take up a small loan provided by the Slovenská sporiteľňa bank, and that means that they had to have a job in order to maintain their income and to be able to keep putting or keep saving money. So we delivered job guidance, and about half of the participants were also involved in this housing project, within which we managed to build about 18 houses. And so I think it was quite successful. So basically we linked the housing project with employment project. Another project that we implemented focused on the support of young Roma on the labor market. It dates back to 2018. So this was aimed at the people, at the young people, young need people, so not in education, employment, or training. And I think all in all, we implemented this project in 4 locations, in 4 marginalized Roma communities. And we actually even were awarded the prize for career guidance and consulting in 2019. This project mainly aimed at supporting employment of young people from the Roma communities, but also on increasing their education level. Actually, some of our clients, thanks to this project, applied for the secondary schools or at the secondary schools. Some of them found jobs, and all in all, we could see the high level of activation of these young people who before were not even registered or had not even been registered with the labor offices. So they were completely outside of the program, outside of the system. And our guidance was the only type of guidance they received. To move on, basically the main reason why Banská Bystrica self-governing region decided to approach us and to establish the employment agency was the integration program carried out with the company called Stiga Slovakia. This is an employer operating in an industrial zone near the city of Poprad that produce lawn mowers. You can actually see 2 of our clients, the ladies at the picture. Stiga is a seasonal employer which employs about 250 people throughout the year. But during the season, from October to May, they actually employ up to 500 seasonal workers, many of them Roma. And actually, this is how we this is how we met them. We both participated back in 2017 at an event that was focused on the employment of Roma, and we basically struck the chord there, and because we discussed on how to what are the opportunities that we can give or we can open to the people from excluded communities without any education or with low education. And since this program focuses on the employment of women from marginalized communities, in the period of year 2017 to 2020, we managed to employ many members of excluded communities in Spišský Hrhov and Roškovce, so in the Spiš area. And these clients basically had no experience with work whatsoever, or they didn't have any experience with legal, regular employment. All in all, it concerned about 50 clients that we helped through this project, about 20 of whom were women. So the percentage is not bad. Very often our clients actually came from families with many children, so they were even in a more vulnerable position. Many of our participants actually had to ask their grandparents to take care of grandchildren and solve this in this way. But basically, this is very often the problem that we encounter, especially when we look at the employment of women from marginalized communities or even from socially disadvantaged communities. Accessibility and availability of preschool education is very important. It's pretty much crucial aspect in this, and very often flexible working hours would also come handy, but this is not always possible because very often these jobs are in production and in 2 or 3 shifts operation. One of our clients that I like to remember was from Roškovce, which is beautiful, which is a settlement located in beautiful natural surroundings. We actually found out that the inhabitants from Roškovce or Spišský Hrhov had no chance of getting to work, so traveling 35 kilometers to the plant, to the production plant in Poprad, even though they were really not living far away. There simply were no bus connections that would copy the rota system and the working hours of the 2 or 3 shifts operation. So basically it showed that the discourse that Roma do not want to work is not true, because they simply had no means of getting to work. We managed to solve it in other ways. And actually, the inhabitants of the settlements themselves managed to solve it by buying cheap second-hand cars and basically, doing car sharing or carpooling activities. Now, these were the lessons learned from the first year of this project. In the second year, we managed to, basically building upon our experience from the first edition of this program, we managed to also focus on the skills and upskilling of the participants of the program, especially in the areas that were found to be missing in the first year, such as reading of technical drawings or some motor skills, gentle motor skills, and so on, or fine motor skills. But we also improved our communication with the HR department of the employer. We monitored very closely the absenteeism and the attendance of our clients and their relationship, formal relationship with the employer. We also carried out job shadowing directly in the workplace, where we observed not only the hiring process, but also the on-the-job training, so that we could provide the feedback to the employers as to how to deliver training to the people that might not be very literate, so to speak. I think we can move on to the next slide, which shows our experience, or the experience of the organization called People in Need with the recruitment of Roma children for the dual education system. We basically launched this program back in 2018, and the first partner that we teamed up with was DM Drogeriemarkt. which agreed that basically since the dual education with the Droghery Mart involves the students of about 15 VET schools in Slovakia, our children from the Roma communities whose school attainment and school results were not so good, and they were not able to make it into the complete secondary education courses concluded with the state leaving finals. They actually managed, the DM Dorogiri managed to lower initially their requirements in order to allow also children in the apprentice schemes, so only the third year or 3-year study courses, study programs to enroll in the program. And basically in the final years, they managed to level the requirements so that there was no difference between the sort of, better, in inverted commas, or the more lagging behind students. You could actually see two of the participants, the ladies in pink, on the right-hand side. We have to say that very often the problems with education result from the financial problems of the families, because families simply cannot afford to either pay for the transportation of their children to school, for their commuting, or for their study aids. And we like to focus on the dual education because the dual education gives students a chance to enroll in paid internship. And even though the payment is not always equal, DM Droghery Mart is one of the companies that actually offers higher reimbursement or higher salary than what is than what they are obliged to according to the legislation. So the students involved in dual education can earn as much as 200 euros per month, which is quite a good amount and quite a considerable income for the families that are usually living in the situation of material need. So they are really in a very deprived situation. Also, these students can gain social internship or scholarships, and they can also, under certain specific situation or circumstances, they can get subsidies for travel costs, and they can also have their meals subsidized. On the left-hand side, you can see two boys who are involved in the dual education with the Milk Agro company, which is the dairy products producer. And in the center, the girl in black is Mirka, who is also studying in Prešov and working in Košice in DM Markt. And the central picture shows Rudy from the village of Petrovany, who is involved in dual education operated by Tesco's. We have encountered specific obstacles or barriers on the side of girls. For example, in case of Mirka, a year ago, her friend was supposed to join the dual education in the same company, but since she was almost 16, her parents wedded her away. And this is indeed the risk that really young girls are facing in these communities when they come of age. They're expected to marry and to bear children in order to get children benefits. So here we have a long-term task, and it's really a long-distance run to show and to make it clear to the families that it is important that the families actually support the girls in becoming autonomous, in becoming independent, in perhaps putting or delaying their maternity in order to have better life in the future. Another project that we have but this is male only, is the integration program with the company called Volkswagen Slovakia, which was implemented last year, and where we basically provided core employees for Volkswagen Bratislava. Now, Volkswagen only employs males as their core employees because the work that they require is physically very demanding. This was only aimed at boys or men. We worked with local Roma from the Zahoria region who were commuting daily. But we also had 3 members of this program who were originally from other Slovak regions, 1 boy even from the Lunik 9 housing estate, another boy from Petrovany in eastern Slovakia and from Jelšava in southern Slovakia. And all these men actually needed much higher support after they started their job with accommodation. For example, you can see the picture of how we taught Yulo how to cook spaghetti with meatballs or with meat, some sort of meat sauce. So we really guided them through all the activities such as getting accommodation, setting up a bank account, setting up the installment plans to pay off their debts so that they can really maintain their jobs. This slide actually gets us back to women and yet another Norway project of the people in need, and that's the project aimed at gender equality for Roma communities, which is being implemented in cooperation with SFAM and Equal Chances organizations. It concerns the establishment of parents groups in the communities in eastern Slovakia, namely Petrovany, Kojatice, Roškovce, and Sveržov. In Petrovany, Kojatice, and Roškovce, we have 2 programs, the women's meeting, the females meetings, aimed at building partnerships and sharing of their life stories, but also opening up the taboo topics, and the program aimed at the development of parenting skills, where we mainly focus on upbringing of children and caring for children. And actually, we even have men in these groups. And in Sveržov, we have other type of activities, and that's actually the Biblical Club, Biblical Meetings, which supports and works, within which we work with women who are meeting one of the preachers, a female preacher, that sort of guides them through different life situations. Basically, in each community, we are trying to prepare some sort of informal female leader of the community who would be able to maintain the activities and functional interaction among the women in these communities, even after the project ends. The lady in the upper picture, in the top picture, is Eva from Sveržov, who has been acting as a female leader for quite some time. And actually, I have to say that the groups are now becoming self-sufficient, and they're working even without our assistance. When it comes to gender equality project, in terms of activities that we carry out, we focus on some meetings and activities at schools or in schools, but also some self-help groups working for the benefit of their communities, but also for the majority inhabitants organizing different festivities, for example. And then we have different campaigns and different awareness-raising activities that mainly focus on the topic of the improvement of the status of women and gender equality in Roma communities in particular. Very often these activities involve children, both Roma and non-Roma children, and for example, these groups also produce memory cards and memory games aiming at the topic of gender equality. And to conclude my presentation today, I'm very happy that I can introduce my amazing Roma colleagues that we have in People in Need, but also in the Employment Agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region. These are Roma ladies, and they are incredibly professionally endowed. So Stanka Jonášová and Julka Berkiová, both of these ladies work with me in the employment agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region, and they are career guides and advisors. And Stanka also is an expert on dual education. And here I have my colleagues from People in Need. Jarka Holubová on the left-hand side is historically the very first advisor, job advisor of People in Need that has been with us and working in Spišské Podhradie since 2016. But she has been active in this field even long time before or prior to that. And Gitka is an employee of our community center in Petrovany. So these are our amazing colleagues, but I would also like to mention our clients who have really grown thanks to the support of our activities, thanks to the support of our organizations. And at the very end of my presentation, I would like to introduce Helena, the client of the employment agency of Banská Bystrica self-governing region, who was one of our very first clients when we started operating in Lučenec. She is a 22-years old client who only basically graduated from the lower secondary education as a caretaker, and she was living together with her brother, with her boyfriend, with her parents, and with her disabled uncle. And no one in the family was working, so their overall income as a family was only 500 euros. Neither Vilo nor Helena actually received any social welfare benefits. They became our clients. They attended our regular meetings twice a week. My colleagues worked with her, helped her prepare her CV, helped to prepare her for an interview. They worked on her financial literacy skills and on some other areas. And since, based on the survey, it was found out that there were no suitable jobs available for her in Lučenec district, we started to look elsewhere. And and basically we motivated Helena to be able to commute to work. And now we all know that mobility among the Roma is very low. They do commute for work, but only in the very short time stretches. Or they could actually relocate to some foreign country for a year, but they couldn't really imagine, and they're not able to imagine that they would go and commute to another part of the country on a weekly basis or for weekly turnuses. But since Helena was single, she didn't have children, my colleagues motivated her to be able to commute, so we guided her to her interview in Banská Bystrica. She got a job there in the social care facility, and we really, literally guided her, because Helena actually got on the bus or was put on the bus in Lučenec. My colleague picked her up at the bus station in Banská Bystrica, showed Helena and William where they are going to live at the dorms, how to travel by a bus, where to get a ticket, where to buy a prepaid ticket, and she even sort of accompanied them to different authorities. So Helena got the job. We also worked with her boyfriend, who was sort of more problematic because he was quite a conflicting person and very temperamental, so he changed jobs quite often. And Helena started to work for this social care facility, but then we were informed by her employer that she did not come to work very often, that she called in sick very often, And so we contacted her, and Helena told us that her health situation deteriorated. She had problems with her thyroid gland, but because she had debts on the medical insurance, she couldn't go and see a specialized doctor, a specialist, and also the medicine that she was supposed to take was too expensive for her. So the first thing we did was that we contacted the health insurance company, helped her with to set up the installment plan so that she could repay her debts. And with the first payment, actually, Helena had her medical care reinvoked and or repaired. She was able to see a specialist, and she was put on medication that improved her health, which means that actually she managed to, or she was able to go back to work very regularly. The couple actually re-established themselves or established themselves in Banská Bystrica and improved their situation, but 10 months later they actually had to go back to Helena's parents because her father was afraid due to corona pandemic that she would contract COVID in the social care facility where she worked. And so it was shown here that women very often are not the ones to decide about their own situation, their own life. And very often obstacles that they encounter on the way to their labor market are not only the obstacles coming from the outside, but also from the inside and from their families, because very often they do not have the support of their families, their parents or their partners, which makes it especially difficult for them. We know that Helena really liked her job, but unfortunately the family stepped in and she had to go back to her parents. As far as I know, I think they got some job in the Czech Republic, but I don't know what followed later on, because we basically lost track of her subsequently. However, it was an interesting experience for us, especially when it comes to the support provided to the clients, very complex support, because we really actually made them travel outside of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think that's all that I wanted to say today. I don't know if I basically exhausted all the topics that you wanted to listen to or to hear about, but if you have any questions, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mudronova. I would like to ask you to turn on the camera because we have a question from Slido. Thank you for the inspirational presentation and also for your work you've been carrying out. The question from Slido is, do you work with Carpathian Foundation? It's a unique cooperation of NGO and Carpathian Foundation. What connection do you see between those two things? I think there is some misunderstanding because it's basically created by Banská Bystrica self-governing region, which has a legal authority and works as an independent unit. So we are not a self-governing unit, but we are an NGO. Okay, but is there any sort of connection between the work agency or Banská Bystrica self-governing region? Of course, we are trying to have some cooperation if it's possible. However, this cooperation doesn't work as a self-governing organization, Lučenec. So the connection between those two are very vague or specific. Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering the question. You've also mentioned the story of Helenka and the family, that it's very, very important for the app for women, which focuses on working with families. So the people that are active in this program, this job is going to be very, very difficult, and there will be certain outcomes that we'll be able to share with other people. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Goodbye. We've also talked about inspirations and the program of for women. We also work with people from abroad. The other program is inspired by an initiative, Women with Heels, which have been carrying out its initiatives for over 14 years. The abilities for empowerment and implication of on the job market, which is very, it's not as easy for women as there are. There is Roman Ganguly, which is founder of Azad Foundation, West Bengal in India.
Dobrý deň, Dolon, vy ste začali rozprávať, ale my sme vás ešte nevideli. Tak vás
Hello,
stopneme
you've already
trošku.
started speaking, but we haven't seen you, so I'm going to
Dobrý
stop
deň,
you.
počujeme sa však.
Hello, can we hear us?
Okay, hi. So let me start again. So, hello everybody, greetings from India, Azad Foundation. I would like to start with a thanking Karpathian Foundation for inviting Azad in this forum. And I was hearing since inception of this conference, from the beginning, so how wonderful work you all are doing, particularly for the Roma community. And I was hearing and I was thinking of the minority community of our country, almost, there are a lot of similarities, I would say, almost same. So I'll start my presentation through screen share. Hope it is visible to everybody. So yeah, the name of my presentation itself shows that we are doing something which we are making. We are breaking the boundaries, and the boundaries are of course set by the patriarchal social norm. And how we are engaging with the resource poor women with the skill and market. So just let me give a brief idea about the context where we are working. So right now in India, if we see the statistics are here. So one major, there are so many issues in women's life, but one major issue is actually that is the decline in the workforce participation of women. In 2006, you see that was a 37%, and in 19 it was 18%, and after COVID it is actually 9%. Also, we see that many women are working in the informal sector, and 93% women are involved in the informal sector, and their earning is less than 10,000 Indian rupees per month. And the violence against women is another issue and a huge challenge in women's life here. And we see there is a statistics called 2.5 million crimes against women reported in India. And after COVID, actually the violence raised by 5 times than pre-COVID time, and in particularly domestic violence. Also, impact of COVID, as I said, that the sharp decline in the workforce participation of women, which has been, I mean, after COVID, it is 9%. We see that men who lost job, they're going back to job and they're getting some odd jobs, but women are not getting job after COVID when they want to go back to their job in the informal sector in particular. Job losses is, high within women, and violence increased, as I said. And as per the Oxfam report, that 122 million people pushed into starvation. And of course, as we all know, that most of them are women. And digital gap is another issue of concern in present India. Under this context, just if we see the skill context in India, when this is particularly context of our work, because we work on the skill building, imparting skill to the resource poor women. I'll come about our work later, but there is some data, and you see there are 42% youth who don't have employment, education, and training, and within that 42%, 96.2% comprises women. So you understand that, where the women are at this point. And other data are also showing that the skill is not easily available for women in India. And as you see that 15 to 59 age group people within that, the 2.74% are only trained in technical or vocational training. Only 2.74% have the access in the vocational training or technical training. And even the youth who have the vocational training, within that 7.2% are not getting job, not resulting in any employment. So under these circumstances, Azad Foundation is working. So just I'm trying to quickly say that what is the need of our work, and the need of the resource poor women in the locations where we work, where Azad work. So when we say that engaging women in skill building, it's not always just imparting a technical skill. We always see that bringing women in the skill market and then subsequently job, there are a lot of other support systems are required. If we just talk about this skill training, we have experienced that just providing technical skill and leaving women in the market is not really supporting women to sustain in the market, as the market is mainly male dominated. The job market is male dominated, particularly for us, while we train women for the non-traditional livelihood. So when we say non-traditional livelihood, what does it mean? It means that women were traditionally out for such skills and such job, such as driving. In India, that women professional drivers were not available earlier, and also the women professional delivery executives in e-commerces. So and many professions are traditionally exclusively for women. So those professions we call non-traditional livelihood, and also those skills we call non-traditional skill. So bringing women in this market of the skill, the problem is if we just don't take the approach of skill plus, what we call, it is not possible for women to sustain in the market. When you say skill plus, what does it mean? It means that, I'll talk about this later, we have slides, but just quickly, the skill plus means that with the technical skill, we provide them skill of the professionalism, skill of to understand that women's position and situation in society, so that they can fight back that position and situation and those oppressions. So this total package we have of the skill building training. Skill building, I mean, that's our approach. And along with the skill building, you need to ensure certain enabling ecosystem for women. And under this enabling ecosystem, I was hearing you, my previous speakers, there also, many of them were saying the same thing, particularly who are working with the Roma community. So one major burden on women is unpaid care work. So we need to work on that. There need equal share of household chores by men and women are needed if you really want that women are out, women are engaged in productive activities, particularly livelihoods with dignity. Second constraint, and we need to work to ensure enabling ecosystem, is the challenging violence, particularly domestic violence. Domestic violence and restriction in mobility is two major areas that curbing women to join any skill and the job. And third, enabling, there are many enabling factors, but we are focusing on here on particularly three main enabling factors. One is the equal share of unpaid care work. Two is the violence-free lives and freedom in mobility for women. And three, and most importantly, is the gender-sensitive infrastructure. So when women are out, women need clean and hygienic washroom. Women need lights in the evening on roads. Women need safety on roads. So all those structure needs to be in place when we bring women in certain skill and then market. When it comes to Azad, so what is the vision and mission of Azad? In Azad, we envision a world where all women, in particular women from underprivileged contexts, enjoy full citizenship, exercise control over their lives and bodies, earn a livelihood with dignity, and generate wealth and value for all. And to get this vision, to reach to this vision, our mission is actually to enable women disadvantaged by gender, caste, class, ethnicity, religion, race, color, sexuality, so that they are able to empower themselves with knowledge and skills to build a gender-just society and earn a livelihood with dignity in jobs and markets that have traditionally been close to them. So here, one point I just want to explain a little bit, that when we say women, we don't see women in Azad as a homogeneous identity. We acknowledge and we work on that women do have different identities. They have their marginalization as in their caste identity, in their class identity, in their minority religious identity, ethnicity, race, color, sexual choice, and identities. So all this, all these aspects are taken care by us when we think about women working with women. This is the model, or this is the structure where we are working on. So this we call gender just skill education. So in gender just skill education, you see there are 4 boxes. The first box is with how we work. Actually, this is the diagram of how we work. First, we go to community, we engage with the marginalized communities, we motivate them, we talk to them, we engage with them, we train, we share information with them, and we do have many methodologies how to engage with communities. I'll come to their next slides. And then after engaging them, we motivate them to join training. And the name of the training is Women with Wheels, where we provide particularly driving training. And when we say driving, it includes 4-wheeler and 2-wheelers. And through this transformative capacity building program, which you can call training, but we don't call it just training because it's a totally capacity building, holistic capacity building program, and that transform women from to enable them to challenge the all patriarchal norms and make them join in the jobs. So first we engage with community, motivate women from community to join capacity building initiative, which we call WWW Women with Wheels. And after that complete is training, we try to employ them in market. And here I let me talk about our strategic partner Sakha. So our model is a hybrid model where Azad Foundation provides training to the community women, to underprivileged women, and our strategic partner Sakha provides them job in market. So we engage Azad we engage with the women, we bring them in the training, and we provide them training, and after training Sakha place them in market, and Sakha and Azad both together ensure that they retain in the market, because staying in the market, sustaining in the market, and huge issue, because market is totally male dominated. And while they come in the work, that is one while they come in the training, that is for a couple of hours, but when they are out for work, that's a 8 hours job, 8 to 9 hours job, and totally outside home. So there are many restrictions from homes, community, and from market as well. So Azad Sakha combinedly, we try to make sure that women, after getting job, they be in the job, they sustain in the job. There are some couple of numbers. We have started work in 2008, and since then we have been able to provide training and make employable 3,000 women. We have been able to make employable. When we say employable, it means they are ready for driving job with their permanent license from government. And also Sakha, our strategic partner, provided job to 1,500 women in last 1 decade. Also, these 1,500 women, this is something we need to keep in mind, that we need to see that here it is written that they have been able to cumulative earning to $2.4 plus 2.4 million and 1.5 million safe rides to the users. And also at personal level, at homes, they have challenged violence. At public place, they have challenged violence. Many of them built assets. Their children are getting good education and getting good training and job. So it's also intergenerational, and many of them are working in many important places like UN agencies, like government jobs and all, as driver. Where we work in India? In India, we work in 8 cities. In 4 cities, we work directly: Delhi, Kolkata, Jaipur, and Chennai. And in 4 cities, we work with our partners: Lucknow, Bhubaneswar, Indore, and Ahmedabad. There are some figures that we have been able to reach 1,29,410 women. And 792 men directly between 2017 and 2020 across 1620. I think it will be around 1,700 settlements in Delhi, Kolkata, Jaipur, and Chennai. How we work? As I said, that first we go to community, we engage with them, we share information. We do have methodology like street theater, like door-to-door surveys, like pamphlet distribution, community meetings, and we engage with families in communities, with women in communities. We do an extensive survey and we analyze a survey sheet, and we see that how many eligible or interested women are there to join training. After that, we bring them in the capacity building program and engage with them to get trained and complete their training. But I'll come to training later. Just in this slide, we are talking about how we ensure our outreach and mobilization. First, we share information, survey, street theater, etc. Then we engage with resourceful women and family. How we engage with families? Well, number one is through the information sharing, but also to create the enabling ecosystem within community. We train young men, women, and adolescent girls in the community from where the potential drivers are coming, and make them and train them so that they can together create a supportive environment for women who would like to join training and work later. And these men and young men and women and adolescent girls together. They get various kind of trainings and on the conceptual clarity and how to launch campaign in the community, how to support women in terms of getting social security schemes, citizenship documents, challenging violence, so that when within communities any women face any challenge in terms of hard citizenship rights or violence or mobility restrictions or not being able to join training or job, then these cadres, these young men, women, and adolescent girls, they create they do support to that particular woman and help the women to come out from home and join job, and of course fight violence. And particularly for men, here they play a crucial role, because if they start sharing work at home, then other men also get enthusiastic for seeing them, and they also start supporting their women at home. And also, if men talk against violence or gender-based violence, then it is more easier to reach to other men. So engaging with men, we have seen as a crucial strategy here. And then the training, as I said, that we have three kinds of training. One is technical, that is particularly how to drive a car or two-wheeler, the bike. But along with the technical training, we do provide the training on empowerment, which includes self-defense, gender and sexuality, sexual and reproductive health, women, law for women, the domestic violence, decision-making, critical thinking, etc. And we do have some modules for professionalism like communication, English communication, work readiness, prepare them from interview, prepare them to how to behave in the outer world, in the professional world, because many of them have been in the home since their birth, maybe. I mean, they never thought about go out and do some job, which is so-called quote-unquote male-dominated job. So that they will start doing. So they need a huge and serious intensive training on their personalities, their thinking, their skills to handle any challenges in outer world, and even to convince their homes. Four-wheeler training duration is 4 to 6 to 8 months, but two-wheeler training duration is our 3 to 4 months. And our approach is learner-centric. Support structure, we do provide support, various kind of supports to these trainees, the privileged women who come for training, because they come from a severe challenge background. One challenge background is almost more than 70% women come who face domestic violence, either who used to face domestic violence, or they start getting they start being beaten at home by husbands or fathers or brothers after they get permanent license, because then family understands that they have got the permanent license, so she's now really eligible to drive a car or scooty. So then the insecurity of the male member in the family increases, and they start violence on the particular training. So violence is one major area where we need to provide support, and the support we provide is basically we talk to them, we provide psychosocial counseling for them. We do have in each center we have counselor, we have the psychologists, we connect them with the counselors. Also, we provide legal support, not directly through our partners who work on the violence against women. And in each city, we have the partners who are part of our feminist network and who provide the legal support to the survivors. So we send them to those organizations for support. And sometimes, informally, we need to also organize the night shelter home for them when they are severely attacked by the family and they need to leave home. And another important approach of our work is the market entry. So this we do, as I said, that through our strategic partner Sakha. This is just a profile of the whom we work with. So as I said, that it is a hugely underprivileged and marginalized community. Women are coming, and we see that there are 60% women are coming from the this marginalized caste background. 20% women are coming from religion minority group. 54% had early marriage who are joining in our training, and 93% of the women who are coming from the families whose monthly income is less than 10,000 Indian rupees. And education is also 8 pass, 10 pass. And there are 9% single women who are part of our training and who eventually join job. Now, let me just talk about a little bit about Sakha, our strategic partner, because this is very important for market linkage. So our idea is just providing training and leaving women actually don't get them anywhere. Many we see, at least in India and almost and all over the world actually, that many we do have many schemes by governments, by CSOs, by industry about the training women. But after training, if they don't get opportunity to join connected with market, then they are again back to square. So just to break that chain, our strategic partner Sakha provide them job. And the services what Sakha have is, if you come ever in Delhi, you will see in the airport, there is a Sakha Sakha counter where 24 hours pick up and drop service is available. There are intercity services Sakha provides, city tour provides, private placement to the homes and offices as drivers to that Sakha provide, and also short-time chauffeur services is another service of Sakha. But most important is just not leaving women after providing training and getting them job is the Sakha's responsibility, and that's the crucial responsibility to break this chain of patriarchal chain of women not getting job, and particularly in India when the workforce participation is declining in this way. The impact, the straight away we have done some impact analysis where we see that women who joined job as drivers or delivery executives in e-commerce industries, they are 100% of them are the principal bread earners of the family. We have seen that they are taking financial decisions, they are building assets, they're building homes, they're building the gadgets and ensuring education of their siblings, their children, repaying loan and building houses. Here I would like to say that particularly after COVID, a loan has been, due to job loss and all, loan has been a huge challenge and huge burden for the underprivileged families. So repaying loan is a major parameter of impact, particularly after the COVID scenario. And they are making choices in their life. 50% women make choices about marriage, about work. 70% women opposed violence, we have seen. And claiming right to mobility, that is actually 100%, because who are coming to Azad from the very beginning, they are challenging these mobility restrictions, and they're taking private and they are taking public transport, they're coming to office or centers, they're taking trainings, and after that when they get job, they are actually in the driver's seat. So they are 100% of them are navigating independently at day and night. And as women drivers can make public place more safer, so they are also making public place safer for other women. This is little snapshot, some numbers, as I said, some numbers already. So two numbers which I haven't mentioned earlier, that is the 500 plus young men we are working with now, and 8,000, around 8,000 women community women, the underprivileged women have been supported by citizenship documents, because you understand that when women don't have citizenship documents, they are not being able to claim any rights or any social security schemes. They are not eligible. So for that, it is very crucial that they get the citizenship documents, where this, as I said, that we train that women and young women and men volunteers in the communities. We have the name of those programs. With the program which we conduct with men, we call it Men for Gender Justice. The program with what we conduct with the young women, we call it Feminist Leadership Program, and the adolescent girls, we called it Azad Kishori Program. Kishori means adolescent girls in Hindi. So through all these programs, we create the enabling ambience in the community, and they do all these citizenship documents work and all. And I think this is the last slide. There are some photos. So there are a photo, women is driving, this is the Sakha race, driving cab. I'd like to briefly talk about this bike thing. This two-wheeler training, which we have started very recently after COVID, when we saw that market, the car driving market is not, or taxi cab driving market is not very not opening, because people are not going out, they don't need cab. People are also, they have lost their salaries, so they don't employ any private chauffeurs at their homes and offices. So then, and other hand, underprivileged women need job immediately. So we started this two-wheeler trainings, because only the industry was, now also it's opening, that's the e-commerce industry. While we do acknowledge that e-commerce industry do have their own limitations, but still that's the industry was opening. So just after a couple of lockdowns, I think from 2020 August, we started the two-wheeler training with the underprivileged women, so that within 3-4 months, we have completed technical training and other professionalism and empowerment training, and placed them into Big Basket, Flipkart, all those big e-commerce industries. So that is one opportunity has been created by Azad and Sakha after COVID for the resource poor women. And thank you.
Dolon, ďakujeme veľmi pekne aj za vašu
Thank you very
inšpirácie.
much for your inspiration. We have a question. What topics, when it comes to education that you offer to women, you find as key issues for these women?
Can you please write down the question in the chat box? Actually, the translation and the, both are going together, so I can hear what is the question. Can you please write it for me in the chat box?
Ktoré témy vo vzdelávaní, ktoré poskytujete ženám,
what topics in education that you offer to women do you find as the key aspects?
Sorry, I can't get it. The education we offer, the key aspects of what?
The key aspects, or what education aspects that you offer to women you find as very important or most important?
Ktoré témy alebo oblasti vo vzdelávaní, ktoré vy poskytujete ženám, považujete za kľúčové pre tieto ženy?
What fields of education that you offer to women do you find as the most important?
So we provide, I see it. I understand now. I think I have understood. So we offer the training to them, the non-traditional life. We bring them in the non-traditional livelihood, and particularly we provide them the driving training and four-wheeler and two-wheeler both. But along with that, if you say that education, we do have 9 modules along with the technical trainings which we provide, and that 9 modules include spoken English, include for state, include gender, include violence against women, include the relevant laws, what we have in India for women, sexual and reproductive right and health, and all those areas we provide them education or training to make them a capable professional. Anything else you want to know?
Odpovedali ste?
Yes, you've answered. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much for taking part in this conference and for all your inspiration and what you are doing to improve the life. And we are going to continue. We have other fields. Women NGOs Cooperation Network of Latvia. The director, Inet Elite, will tell us more about how they work with NGOs and state institutes, and also Malda Arvamenko, Women of Europe Award 2020 finalist from Latvia.
Sme radi, že vás vidíme, že vás tu máme. Počujeme sa?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are happy to see you here. I hope you can hear us well.
Yes, we do hear you. Hi from Riga. It is my pleasure to be part of your conference, and I really would like to express gratitude to Veronica for invitation. And also, I just cannot miss telling to Dolan how impressed I am of work of hers and her organization. So it is amazing, and I am very pleased to share a little bit of our work. So may I ask, please, the first slide and the second now. Dear colleagues, I come, and my colleague Malda, we come from Latvia. And Latvia is a small European Union country with low density of population. And of course, we have different challenges because on one hand, economy is developing well. Women of Latvia generally are doing quite well because we are on the highest numbers of women as business owners or managers in the business in Europe. We also share very high percentage of women in employment. So why do we talk about Roma community? And unfortunately, we have to admit that Roma women are very vulnerable in our country still. And representing an umbrella organization for 42 women's NGOs, representing women of different age, from girls till retired persons, rural women, different occupations of women, and so on. We were invited by Ministry of Culture actually to collaborate on empowering Roma women. And to us, empowering Roma women starts with respect and recognition and working on diminishing stereotypes and promoting Roma culture. Second slide, please. So our organization works from 2003, and we are National Coordination of European Women's Lobby. We are also head of network for Anna Lindh Foundation, and we are member of Women Against Violence in Europe. So basically, feminism, intercultural dialogue, and protection of women against violence are our main concerns. And we are very happy to be here in this conference because we are also grantee of Active Citizens Fund of Latvia, and we also received quite an important grant from Coalition for Gender Equality in Europe to support Roma women in our communities. And we also are Erasmus Plus accredited adult education organization. And why do I mention these free funders or these free projects that we have? It is very important. They all build around our work to empower Roma women. One program allows to gather national meetings of Roma women, another project to set up mobile offices and provide trainings for employability, for economic activity, for communication and other soft skills necessary in labor market. But also it allows us to build experience of Roma women and Roma mediators in Latvian communities in international exchange. Next slide, please. And we cannot do anything without Roma women. And you see on slide my esteemed colleague, Malda Vramenko, with whom we work a lot. And working together with Roma women, we developed certain methods that we try to implement in our work. Next slide, please. So we started with culture events, and we started from bringing together Roma community members and active women, members of women's NGOs in the communities. And I think that worked quite well. And it turned from proposals elaborated in meetings of these two groups mingling, that we established our closed Facebook group. We established close collaboration with Roma mediators, and my colleague Malda will tell more about it. We are building capacity of Roma women to establish their own organizations, and one of them will be established this week, actually. And this is a task that we as a network have been performing throughout all our work. We work with ministries to empower women, to give them voice, to meet the ministers, to meet the parliament members, to explain why specific programs or specific projects are needed either from European Social Fund or from the National Employment Agency for Roma communities. So, and we also together work on application writing to different donors. And from this year on, we also delegate a number of our members into the Roma Consultative Council at Ministry of Culture. This council has been established a while ago, and this year the membership is renewed. In this council, there are representatives of national government institutions, local authorities, and Roma organizations and organizations that are working together with Roma communities. And of course, we organize Roma events, Roma culture events. One of our most successful events was during COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, when we reached about 5,000 Latvian inhabitants with a story about Roma people and stories of Roma women from culture and history center of Roma in Riga. And in the slide you also see a link to YouTube videos. So we also like to promote our partners' performances at our events, and some of them have reached up to 40,000 views. So you are encouraged, of course, follow, like them, and watch them. Next slide, please. So in next few months, we plan to empower Roma activists and Roma women nationally. We will have in 6 cities so-called mobile offices, the offices where Roma mediators can receive clients, can meet with local NGOs. We also plan to send every year several groups of Roma activists and our representatives to European Union countries to learn, and we are looking forward to visiting Slovakia and Ireland this year. And of course, we would like to have more collaborations with Roma women and organizations that work with Roma communities in European Union and outside. So please, next slide, still the nice picture of our Roma mediator, if I may. One more slide ahead. So we had lot of difficulties during COVID pandemic. More you can ask to our colleague Malda. She speaks actually 3 languages, Romani, Latvian and Russian, and her English she is just learning. So please be patient with us and I will help her to answer to the questions. And Roma mediators, we have, next slide please. We have in 6 Latvian cities. Their tasks are to promote and ensure dialogue with local and national institutions, especially dealing with issues such as education, social issues, employment, children's rights. And that small grant comes from European Commission. And also some local authorities find their way to support Roma mediators. And next slide, please. So Malda is our mentor, and she is a brilliant representative of city of Ventspils. She was nominated to European Movement International and European Women's Lobby Award, and she was a finalist in 2020. And actually this visibility, and as I said earlier, recognition of Roma women are very, very important in local community, because it helped us actually to get support from local authority, to fund Roma teacher assistant in one of the schools. So visibility of outstanding Roma women helps to help more Roma community members. Next slide, please. So Ventspils, where we kindly are inviting you to, all of our audience, is welcoming also other mediators and local authorities and Roma experts across Latvia, sharing their expertise because it is the most advanced. And if I may share, next slide, there are a few words from Malda. She works with 54 families with an average 5 members per family, and they all have low income family status. And Malda is helping these families dealing with literacy, numerical skills, banking accounts, and a lot of other issues to support them. She helps with health, education, housing, and work, and also tries to ensure that Roma people are not discriminated anywhere. And especially in Ventspils, Roma people are without education. If they are without education, it is very difficult to have work. And almost every second family is having a member which is HIV infected. And could you please show the next slide? So this is a report in Latvian to Ministry of Culture of Malda's work for March 2022. So these reports Roma mediators give to Ministry of Culture monthly. And if I may ask, next slide, please. It is the biggest issue in Latvia for Roma people, but also we heard it from colleagues in our neighboring countries like Lithuania and Estonia, with whom we collaborate. It is access to doctors. and also the free medication prescribed for several diagnoses. And in case of HIV/AIDS, it is very important that the services are organized and people are not left behind. So Malta is an example of open doors policy because she collaborates with very many social NGOs, the largest social services provider like our Samaritan Association of Latvia and others. And she also works with free schools because out of all city schools, free schools are having a significant number of Roma children. There is Roma teacher assistant because we have to recognize that children coming to school are not fully equipped with Latvian language, which unfortunately is important to overcome. Otherwise, they are lagging behind. So, and of course, Malta has some very nice words to Carpathian Foundation for inviting us here. And I would ask one more slide. And that is about a 1.5-page report, how Malta reports about her work. And initially she started to report to municipality every month, then every 3 months, and now it's a yearly report on her work because she's visible in the city. And last but not least, today we talk a lot about employability, and it is very important. Next slide, please. That Roma women and Roma communities can reach to the decision makers. And in this slide, you can see our Minister of Welfare meeting with board members and activists of our network. This meeting was in October last year, and we managed to achieve something very important, the change in thinking, because sometimes civil servants have no liberty to change programs or to suggest new ones. And because of this dialogue from Roma women and minister, we have now at the National Employment Agency possibility to have B category driving license, so which was considered before something that Latvian citizens should achieve by themselves. But also from this year, there will be special courses on literacy and digital skills for Roma people. And that is due to this collaboration, the voices that have been heard on national level and the ideas represented by community themselves. And here I put the stop. Next slide, you can see contacts of Malta and myself. I hope you can share. And if you have questions, and I hope you will have some questions to my esteemed colleague Malta, so I would be happy to serve as an interpreter. Thank you.
Boli Ina Dielit a Malda Avramenko. Ďakujeme aj za zdieľanie vašich kontaktov, takéto otvorené zdieľanie.
And Malda Avramenko, and thank you very much for sharing your contact details so openly. So we have a question. Do you see some joint signs between the Roma communities in Latvia and in Slovakia? Or do you see major differences? And if so, which are the differences?
Malda, mūsu kolēģi jautāja, vai mēs redzam kādas kopīgas lietas Romu kopienām Latvijā un Slovākijā, vai mēs redzam, ka viņas ir pilnīgi atšķirīgas? Malda, ieslēdz mikrofonu.
Romu kopienas ir pārsvarā vienādas, neko daudz neatšķirās. Tur vienkārši, kurā valstī viņi dzīvo, pārsvarā iet līdzi tās valsts visas lietiņas, bet praktiski tas ir ļoti labs variants. Mēs tiešām varam sadarboties ar mūsu visu romiem pa visu pasauli, kur viņi dzīvo, kur viņi atrodas. Jo tas ir mūsu galvenais, ka mēs nepazaudējam savu identitāti, mēs nepazaudējam saskarsmi ar citiem mūsu pasaules romiem. Un tas ir tas galvenais, ka mums ir kontakti ar viņiem.
So Malda was saying that she sees very many similarities between Roma community in Latvia and in Slovakia. And the same, she feels that there are a lot of things that could be done and learned and shared together. She also says that it is very important for Roma community to preserve their identity, but it is also important to connect and share and to achieve new goals that are necessary in the community to be successful.
Ďakujeme, čiže sa môžeme vzájomne
Thank you
obohatiť
very
a
much. It
inšpirovať.
means
Dámy, ešte raz
that we
ďakujeme za
can
vaše
enrich
rozprávanie.
each other and inspire each other. Ladies, once again, thank you
A
very
veľmi
much
radi
and thank
by
you
sme
for
medzi
your
nami
input.
v tom online svete privítali
And
aj pani
now we
Jarmilu
would also
Váňovú,
like to
hrdú
welcome
Rómku.
Ms. Jarmila Váňová, a proud Roma and a member of the Slovak National Parliament, to
tomuto stretnutiu,
sum up this online conference and to offer her take on the position of the women from marginalized Roma communities and what needs to be done in order to improve this status.
Pekný deň, pani Váňová. Vítajte na obrazovke.
Good afternoon, Ms. Váňová. Welcome.
Počujeme sa?
I hope you can hear us well. Can you please turn on your mic because you're on mute? You can see that you are saying something, but we can't hear you.
Ešte stále vás nepočujeme.
We still are not getting any sound. Okay, seems to be working now. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. I had a chance to hear some of the speeches and presentations. Unfortunately, not all of them, but I have to say that all of those that I've heard were really enriching and interesting. I have to say that they also brought new information to me as a woman and as a Roma woman. In my capacity, in my position of a Roma woman, I see importance of focusing on Roma women, not only in Slovakia, but also in Europe and beyond. We've heard about the women in India who also need help, and the women elsewhere are in the same position. I think we can say that, the world, that it's a man's world. And in this man's world, it is really difficult for women to somehow break through and to be a valid part of it. But we do want to be a valid part of it. I've noted down a couple of things, and I have to say that I'm personally very happy that both the third sector, the civic sphere, and the state authorities focus on the position of Roma women, because this is the topic that has been close to my heart, even professionally, for years now. There is an abundance of factors impacting on the life of Roma women. And in the past, some of them have been identified, but they still hold and they still last. So what can we do in order to help these women, these mothers, these girls to be successful, to be valid members of the society, to make it on the labor market. First and foremost, we need to work with entire families. However, we need to be familiar with their situations and with the factors influencing that. And I think the topic of women from marginalized Roma communities, where we are very often working with impressions rather than facts, calls for the evidence. And that's why I'm very happy. And I'm looking forward to reading the report from the research that you are going to publish. It is also very important, I believe, to build self-confidence in women and in young Roma girls. Because if you're living in a society which is peripheral, when you're living with the notion that it's bad being a Roma, the situation makes you spending all your days with the feeling that makes you weaker and more vulnerable. And that's why I believe we need to work towards building self-awareness and self-respect and self-confidence in Roma women and Roma girls, so that they have enough strength to fight the prejudice and fight the stereotypization that they encounter not only in a majority population, but also in their own communities. Many Roma women are experiencing generational poverty, and they are basically locked in it. And that limits their opportunities and their chances. But also, their chances are very often capped by the system and also by their communities and families. I personally can be seen as an example of this, and I can be an example of how a Roma woman can fight the prejudice. I have been focusing on this topic since 2003, and for 15 or 16 years I worked for the media that worked with the topic of Roma women. But for me personally, this was really a very important and inspirational topic because it came from within. When a Roma woman starts to assert or wants to assert herself, she needs to have support at home. She needs to have a support of her family, because without that, even the best of intentions fail. I was lucky enough to have this support coming from my husband, coming from my children. And actually, I can say that I started to make it and assert myself only when I have 4 children already. And that was very difficult because you do feel barriers coming from every side, but it can be done. And I believe that we need to lend a helping hand to the women and to Roma women so that they can feel safe and secure. As my fourth speaker from India mentioned, the feeling of safety and security is very important for me, be it in relation to the topic of domestic violence, which we still see very often, very frequently in Roma communities, or the expectation that Roma women should just accept their fate and their ordeal. So I think this is what needs to be discussed in public. I also worked as a social field worker at Lunik 9 housing estate, and I can tell you that that was a steep learning course for me, because only if you meet these meet these people day in, day out, it is only then that you start understanding them, and you find the reasons why they are looking for a way out of the grim reality that they are living in. And that's when you start to see the escape routes that they find for themselves, which might be very artistic, which might be very creative, and which we would otherwise not even think of. But even in this community, it was surprising for me to realize that there were women who wanted to work, who wanted to assert themselves, and who even had the support from their family, but who was stigmatized, because there is a stigma accompanied with being a Roma woman coming from a very marginalized and disadvantaged community. Because if you say you're coming and you're living in Lunik 9, majority of employers stop talking to you. And so I went on to maybe take over part of the communication for our clients with the employers, and some things worked out and some didn't, because employers very often quoted a negative experience or the fact that people from that settlement had no added value for them. But if we don't give the chance to these people and to these women, we will never see them flourish and see the benefits that they can bring. I would like to mention a project that's being implemented in Slovakia, and namely Roma mothers. It's a project known as OMAMA, which is the project that I like, mainly because in this project, the women take responsibility and they become accountable for the development in their communities. And I think it needs to be rolled out and it needs to be scaled up to other communities as well. But I also would like to say, or having said that, I would like to stress that there are many good initiatives, good projects, and there are many people who want to help. But what we need is to involve the Roma themselves, and we need to listen to the Roma. We need to hear what they have to say about their ideas of development activities and life. I know many active Roma women who were very successful, who are or have been working in the long term with other Roma women. For example, there are mothers centers and centers for the children and mothers in Dietva and in Poltar. And if I weren't a national parliament member, I might be actually working today with these women because I had a chance to meet them. And we were meeting quite often, actually. And I also think that what we need are leaders, the leaders that can inspire other women, the leaders who know what they want to do. And that's why an idea occurred to me that we perhaps need to organize some discussion clubs in marginalized communities or in some locations, in some communities, where women can start to identify their needs and their wishes themselves. Political participation is another topic that I find important. I have been active in politics for quite some time, and I reside in a village where we have about 2,000 people, and I became the first local MP 8 years ago. So this is my second term in office, in the office. And I think that I'm basically paving the way to the others because I've actually managed to inspire another Roma woman and another Roma man to follow in my footsteps. And it's up to them now how they use their position because they can learn a lot. They have been given decision-making power, and that's very important. We have also heard a lot about education. The education and dual education in particular is very important, and I think that this is indeed one of the ways that can be successful and effective. Looking at our system of education, I think it needs to reflect some things that it fails to reflect now, and that's especially the multilingualism of Roma children who are very often entering schools or preschool facilities without speaking the national language, the language of instruction, because at home they only communicate in Roma. And that's why we are preparing a law act together with my colleagues in the parliament and in cooperation with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Labour, Social Affairs and Family, which would or should introduce a compulsory preschool education or attendance for children from marginalized Roma communities, because I believe that this could take care of and eliminate the so-called zero grades, and we can start building more or better educated generation. However, we should not only focus exclusively on children, because the community really needs multiple stimuli, and lifelong learning is also very important. And that's why I really appreciate the activities that have been proposed under the scope of this project that aim at older people, people in the productive age, and especially women in the productive age. Because in a Roma community, family is usually the first priority, and only once this is taken care of, the career follows, or the self-actualization on the labor market follows, because obviously we need to have at least one income or additional income. Roma women are facing many challenges and many obstacles or barriers. And I think the topic of employment is indeed very important, because in Slovakia we have really an abundance of job vacancies. And yet we have Roma who can't find work or jobs. There are various reasons for that. It might be insufficient education attainment, discrimination. And I hate the word racism. I don't like racism as a word, as a term. However, we do encounter racism also when it comes to the employment of Roma. In some places where or locations that are closer to different factories, production facilities, or industrial zones can actually, or in these places we can see progress when it comes to the employment of Roma and Roma women as well, because there is a snowballing effect. Basically, when you have 1, 2, or 3 Roma women from certain settlements getting a job somewhere, then other women usually follow. However, it needs to be said that this is not easy, because if a woman has never worked before, she needs some sort of guidance. She needs to be guided. And we have already heard about this today, about different organizations sort of guiding their clients, whom they address and whom they know by their first name. So they're on first name terms, and they know their stories and their path towards employment. When it comes to Roma women, and the fact that Roma women are traumatized and facing multiple traumatization, because it's not an easy thing of being a woman, to be a woman. And to be a Roma woman, that's even more difficult, because the barriers are much higher and much more abundant. And there's one other activity that I would like to mention here, because I'm also the member of the Human Rights Committee of the National Parliament, or the National Council. And when the Human Civic Rights Consultancy addressed me to hear and listen to the stories to the women who were sterilized against their will and without their consent, so they were illegally sterilized, which is a burden that we still carry with us as a country, we accommodated this plea, and we now are working towards reimbursing these women to at least morally close this chapter and show to the world that we know that the things that happened were not right, and that we want to come to terms with it as a society. So there are several interesting things and matters concerning Roma women that I focus on, and that's why I would be very interested to hear more about your project as well. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic made it impossible to travel or meet in person, but I still think there is time for us to be able to use the position that we have and the opportunities that come with it to change the things.
I would like to add that I started as Also, it's important for women to be educated and to meet. And this is also my case when I was starting with the different courses that were held by a particular organization. And these courses were focused on Roma women. And this course took 1 year. And I personally think the longer the better, because we can't do much in a month or two. And when the course ends, then usually the activities end as well. But I really like to see when there are real outcomes from the courses, when the women actually get employment or they are able to walk by themselves in life. I was also educated in other political matters in 2002. Those were political matters. National Democratic Institute that has long-term history in Slovakia, and this focus on how we view different policies and how we engage in those policies and what can we do and what can be done. And I also think that it's very important that we have very little Roma women in our government, and at every election that are when they are created, they are mapping how many women are actually interested in being a candidate and how many are actually successful. I'd like to encourage all, don't be scared of politics. It can't be just about us, without us, but it has to be with all of us, because this opportunity is for all of us. Thank you very much, Ms. Vanyeva, and for all your comments. We are a bit pressed by time. I would like to also reiterate that we can't forget about the public opinion, because we all know that the public opinion nowadays and also in the past wasn't really a good one, and I think it's going to take a much more time to kind of change it. And I don't think only one party should change this public opinion. Both parties should participate. And I'd like to conclude. I had a meeting, and we had statistics even when it comes to education in our location, where Romas, there are 61% only with elementary education, and this is an alarming number. And we are looking for ways how to improve, how to change it, how to motivate the students, just to educate, just for the women to go and study. We are going to think about it further, and I'm going to be open to other opinions and suggestions that they come, or other cooperations. So I'd like to thank you all for being part of this conference and to being able to listen to all the opinion, and I'd like to wish you all a very pleasant day. I'm really happy, and I'm glad that there are people who are interested in this topic, and they continue working on it. They are not giving it up. And even though we are being frustrated by this topic, this topic actually fills me up with so much joy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Vanyeva, for all your comments. Many of your comments are part of our program. We are expected. This is going to be a long journey, and I think we've accomplished a lot. Thank you all for being part of this online conference. Thank you all for your information, for your questions, for the time that we've spent together, and I think we've spent a really nice afternoon. I'd like to thank you all, and have a nice afternoon. Goodbye.
So you can see me once again. So we will have the concluding remarks by the director of the Carpathian Foundation, Ms. Laura Detail. So once again, Laura, we can see you, so could you start anew, please? Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank each and every one of you who made this conference possible today. I would like to thank all the experts for sharing their experience, for sharing their knowledge. I would like to thank the donors who trusted our project proposal, project intentions, and supported our efforts to improve the position and status of the Roma women. I would like to thank the partners, namely the Norway grants funded by the governments of Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. Thank you to the support that we received from the Netherlands Embassy in Bratislava and the UK Embassy in Bratislava. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope we inspired you, and we would be very happy to hear from you if you wanted to become a part of UPre Women project, if you wanted to work with us on this very broadly defined mission, which is really very important, and we really need to create broad partnerships in order to bring about the change. We have set upon the journey, which is a challenging one today, but the need for us to tread this journey is really very important, and we really hope that we would be able to achieve the change, to make it happen. We have also launched the website for this project, namely www.uprezheny.sk, where you can follow all our activities. Upre means up or upwards or to lift in the Roma language, and this is what we want to achieve. We do want to see Roma women who are with high level of self-esteem, who can hold a job, who can earn their living, earn a good income, and we do want the next generation to see these things as commonplace. And let me conclude by saying a big thank you to the Promiseo Studio, who managed to organize this conference in the online platform. Thank you to the interpreters for their work and for bridging over or overcoming the language barrier. And I would like to thank the Carpathian Foundation team who have prepared the conference and have been working on this project for some time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and for spending your afternoon with us. Goodbye.